Chapter 796. Published at 15th of March, 2022, 11:36 and 20 seconds a.m. Chapter 796. 796. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 796. A world outside the nine heavens. After giving everyone their demon sealing technique, Yuan said to them, "We don't have much time before the demons break out of their seal, so we'll need to prepare ourselves. I will begin learning this technique immediately." Wang Ming said. Everyone returned to their rooms shortly after and began training their demon sealing techniques. "What are we going to do now, Yuan?" Chu Yoxiang asked him. "Prepare. I'm going to return to the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library and learn as much about demons as I can. You two should also prepare." "Okay." They both nodded. Yuan entered while everyone else practiced their demon sealing techniques. After arriving at the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library, Yuan immediately began looking through manuals about demons to see if he could learn any more weaknesses on demons. However, there wasn't any information that he didn't already know. "Why are you studying so hard? You're going to stare a hole in that manual at this rate." A voice suddenly resounded behind Yuan as he was completely absorbed in the manual before him. He turned around to see Yanhara standing behind him with a smile on her face. "You could have at least let me know that you were back," she said. "Sorry, I just got back today, and I'm in a bit of a hurry." "Hurry? What's the rush?" She glanced at the manual in his hands and mumbled, "Demons? Little founder, are you in trouble with demons?" She asked him with a frown on her face. "Well, where?" Yanhara's voice suddenly became serious. "I'm sorry, Senior, but even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to get there. This is a problem that only I can solve." After a moment of silence, Yanhara spoke. "Follow me." "Yeah, but follow me," she suddenly shouted, causing everyone there to turn and look at them with intrigued gazes. "Oh, okay." Yuan placed the manual down and followed Yanhara to a private room. After shutting the door, Yanhara pointed at a chair and said, "Sit down. Now, tell me about your demon trouble." "I don't understand why you want to hide this from me, but I want to help you," she said to him. "I'm telling you, Senior, even if I told you the truth, you wouldn't be able to do anything about it, because you won't be able to reach that place with the demons." Yuan sighed. "Whether I can help or not, I will decide after I hear your explanation." Yuan sighed, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. "There are some demons that will be breaking out of their seals soon, and I am preparing so that I can deal with them." "Are you insane?" Yanhara suddenly exclaimed, and she looked at him with complete disbelief. "Little founder, real demons are nothing like the low-grade artificial demons that you have been fighting. They are a real threat and incredibly dangerous. You cannot try to deal with them by yourself, especially when you're just a spirit lord. Tell me the location of these demons, and I will alert the Demon Sealing Clan. They're in a place called Earth." Yuan calmly responded. Yanhara silently stared at him for a good minute before speaking. "This is not a joking matter, little founder. If we don't deal with these demons soon, it could spell disaster for the nine heavens. I am not joking, and the demons are not located in the nine heavens." Yuan stared back at her with a serious face. What the hell do you mean they're not in the nine heavens?" Yanhara frowned. "Like ID said, they're on a place called Earth, and this place doesn't belong in the nine heavens. Visit Readel, me for extra chapters. And I am well aware of how dangerous demons can be. After all, I've already encountered a few of them." Yanhara's eyes widened with shock after hearing Yuan's confession. "You? Just who are you, little founder?" she asked him in a low voice. "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you." He sighed. "This place, if it's not within the nine heavens, then it can only be a realm that exists outside of the nine heavens. I have always heard rumors that such places exist, but there has never been concrete proof." You came from outside the nine heavens?" Yuan smiled upon hearing her somewhat accurate deduction. "Something like that," he shrugged. "Unbelievable," Yanhara muttered in a flabbergasted voice. "Now you understand why you, nor the Demon Sealing Clan, could help me, right? I know you're worried, but it's okay. It's not my first time fighting, even killing a demon." After another long moment of silence, Yanhara asked, "How? How many demons have you encountered and killed so far? Yuan pondered for a moment to count. 6 demons? Had killed 4 in the Mystic Realm, 1 in the Jaded Garden, and 1 in the Chief family. S6 demons? Yenhara repeated in a dazed voice. He's killed even more demons than me. How is that possible? He's only a spirit lord, she cried inwardly. She did not want to believe Yuan, but she couldn't see any lies within his clear eyes. I know 6 sounds like a lot, but it's really not, considering how there are dozens of sealed demons that are about to break out of their seals in that world. Yuan sighed. Dozens of sealed demons? Just what kind of world is that? It sounds so ridiculous. Yenhara sighed. And 6 demons is a lot. Do you know how many demons the average demon sealers kill? 0. Freaking 0. I am one of the top demon sealers of my generation, and I have only killed 3 demons, which is already considered a freaking miracle. Of course, this is mostly because demons are pretty much extinct. If not for that fact, I would have killed many more demons. Yenhara sighed, trying to justify her low kill count compared to his. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 797, published at 15th of March, 2022, 11:36 and 19 seconds a.m., Chapter 797. 797 if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again, Chapter 797. Demons ranking. Anyways, since the Demon Sealing Clan cannot help you with your demon problem, you'll have to deal with it yourself. Since you're already an expert at killing demons and the future Divine Paragon, I'm sure you'll do fine. Yenhara said. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Just a moment ago, she was telling him how dangerous demons are and that he won't be able to handle them by himself. Yet after learning that Head killed twice as many demons as her, she has suddenly become supportive and even confident in his abilities. How confident are you? She suddenly asked him. Not that confident. I want to know the demon's strength until they break out of their seal, and that is my biggest worry. What if I cannot handle the demon? What if the demon is much stronger than me? Yuan sighed. Well, fortunately, most demons that just break out of their seal are at their weakest state, and it would take them days to weeks to recover their strength. Yenhara said, do you have any suggestions on how I should prepare? Yuan then asked, since you've already killed 6 demons, you can continue doing whatever you were doing, as it clearly works. Also, I know of a way for you to check a demon's strength, even if they are sealed. Really? How? Yuan's eyes immediately began flickering with excitement. Come with me. Yenhara opened the door and walked him to the open area with the artificial demons. Once there was an available spot, Yenhara took it and sealed the artificial demon before it could even move. Put your hand on this sealed demon and use your spiritual energy to penetrate the seal to analyze the demon's strength. But won't that risk unsealing the demon? ITLL be fine. If you could unseal a demon so easily, the Demon Sealing Clan would be a laughingstock. Only Demon Sealing Aura could unseal a demon, she said. Yuan nodded and approached the demon before putting his hands on it, feeling its stone-like texture. He closed his eyes next and used his spiritual energy to penetrate through the seal to check the artificial demon. And sure enough, he could not only sense the demon's cultivation, he could also sense its heartbeat and blood flow. It works. I can sense their strength. This is great. Thank you, Senior. Yuan said to her with a bright smile. She nodded with a slightly rosy face, and she spoke. Do you have any other questions? Yuan pondered for a minute before nodding. How can I tell the difference between a low-ranked demon and a superior demon? And I would like to learn more about demon ranking in general. Yenhara nodded. All right. Let's go to the library then. Sometime later, Yuan sat down in the library while Yenhara went to fetch a couple of manuals. When Yenhara returned, she placed the manuals on the table and began lecturing him about demons. There are 6 ranks of demons. From the lowest, lower demon, elite demon, superior demon, demon general, demon emperor, and ancient demon. You can judge a demon's rank by their appearance. Higher-ranking demons will have more unique features and abilities. Their crystals will also be slightly different from each other. Lower demons and elite demons will have a red crystal somewhere on their body, while superior demons will have a black crystal. However, demon generals and above do not reveal their crystals so openly. So if you see a demon without their crystal on the outside, there's a very good chance that they're a demon emperor, or even stronger. Something else that differentiates them is their control. A higher-ranking demon can control their emotions and rage much better than those inferior, so they're usually calmer and not as easy to provoke. However, once provoked, they will be multiple times stronger than usual. If you're fighting against a demon general or above, your best chance is to defeat them without provoking them, and you should never openly provoke a demon, as that would only fuel their powers even further. Visit Readle me for extra chapters. Yuan began sweating cold sweat after hearing Yin Harris' advice to not provoke them, as that's what he has been doing to the demons that he fought. He never thought that he was actually making them harder to fight by provoking them. Instead of provoking demons, you should make them scared of you. That is your number one priority. Once a demon fears you, they will no longer be a threat. That's why the divine paragon was undefeated, as all demons feared him to some extent. Make them fear me, huh? Yuan nodded with a serious expression. Here are a few examples of demons at each rank. Yanhara gave him another manual, but there were mostly pictures on this manual. Lower demons look pretty ordinary. Red skin and horns, and they are usually the size of an adult human. Elite demons to demon generals would have special features, such as being larger than normal, having a third eye, having wings, and much more. However, demon emperors and above, they can actually lack demon characteristics. Huh? What do you mean by that? Yuan asked. It means that they can appear more like humans than actual demons. There have been demons that did not have their signature red skin and horns. Some demons in the past even looked exactly like humans. Rumor has it that these demons still live amongst us humans, even today. Yuan was left speechless by this information. Demons that look exactly like humans? Then how are they supposed to tell the difference? Yanhara smiled and said, I know what you're thinking, but the chance of that actually happening is very slim. Even if there are demons living amongst us, they won't do anything stupid to reveal themselves, and with the demonic realm sealed, they are powerless. Although humans were dominated by demons back then, things have changed. We're no longer as weak and vulnerable as our ancestors. We have the knowledge and techniques to fight back against them if they ever dare to return. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 798, published at 15th of March, 2022, 11:36 and 18 seconds a.m., Chapter 798. 798, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again, Chapter 798. Demon Sealing Pagoda. Thank you for the lecture, Senior. I learned a lot about demons today. Yuan bowed to her at the end of their lecture. We're not done yet, Yanhara suddenly said. Huh? Yuan tilted his head in a questioning manner. Come with me. I'm going to make sure that you're fully prepared to fight the demons. Yanhara then brought Yuan to this tall pagoda. What is this place? He asked her. Demon Sealing Pagoda. You'll get to fight real demons inside. Well, sort of. What do you mean by that? They're either real demons or not. They're demons created with spiritual energy, so they're not really real, but they act exactly like real demons, and even their power level is the same, so ITLL be like fighting against real demons inside. This treasure was created by the Divine Paragon, and it was used to train the Demon Sealing clan back in the days, but it requires a massive amount of spiritual energy to use, so we eventually stopped using it and started training with artificial demons, which is cheaper. Another reason we stopped using the treasure is because of its difficulty. Most demon sealers nowadays won't be able to pass the first floor, and there are 9 total floors. For the record, I got all the way up to the 4th floor. And you want me to train in this pagoda? Are you sure? It's expensive to use, right? Yuan looked at her. One of many perks of being a lecturer in this place is that we get to use the pagoda for free once every 10 years. Of course, it's not really free, since ITLL be at the library's expense. Yenhara smiled. What do you think? You want to give it a go? Rumor has it that if you manage to defeat the tower, you'll get to acquire a legendary demon sealing technique that only the Divine Paragon knows. A legendary demon sealing technique. Yuan raised his eyebrows. If that is true, he will be able to acquire this technique even without challenging the pagoda. After all, he was the Divine Paragon. However, he still nodded his head. Yes, I would like to challenge the tower. In the end, he still needed practice. Even if he's the reincarnation of the Divine Paragon, it was not as though he has all of his previous memories and experiences. All right, give me some time to prepare. I also need to let the library know that I will be using the pagoda. Okay, about half an hour later, Yenhara returned to the pagoda and said, "Whenever you're ready." "I am ready." Yenhara then retrieved a golden key and used it to unlock the doors to the pagoda. You will get the rules once you are inside. The demons inside will be adjusted to match your power level, so you don't need to worry about being overwhelmed by a demon that you cannot defeat. However, this also means that you won't be able to dominate the demons like you normally do. I understand. Yuan nodded, and he opened the door. The moment Yuan entered the pagoda, the door slammed shut, and the pagoda suddenly started trembling with excitement. What is going on? This has never happened before. Yenhara muttered in a dazed voice. Suddenly, an outburst of demon-sealing aura exploded from the demon-sealing pagoda, sweeping the Grand Library with a massive amount of demon-sealing aura. When the demon sealers within the Grand Library felt this ancient and unfathomable demon-sealing aura, their bodies began trembling non-stop, almost as though it was reacting to the demon-sealing aura. Whose demon-sealing aura does this belong to? I have never felt such a powerful demon-sealing aura in my life. The lecturers within the Grand Library were shocked speechless by this phenomenon. The entire Grand Library became nervous when this unknown demon-sealing aura filled the place. Their initial thought was that a peak demon sealer had appeared within the Grand Library, so they immediately began looking around for the source of this demon-sealing aura. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Meanwhile, back at the demon-sealing pagoda, Yenhara was staring at the top of the pagoda with a dazed look on her face for some reason. Divine Paragon, she muttered in a low voice. After the powerful demon-sealing aura exploded from the pagoda, she noticed a figure had suddenly appeared on top of the pagoda, causing her to look. And to her absolute shock, there was a person hovering directly above the pagoda. And he looked awfully like Yuan, but he was much older and had this irresistible charm around him. I am possible. This must be an illusion caused by the demon-sealing pagoda. But why? Divine Paragon, is that really you? Yenhara spoke to him after snapping out her daze. The Divine Paragon suddenly looked down at Yenhara and showed her a gentle smile before looking down at the pagoda that was right beneath him with a profound expression on his face. Yenhara's heart nearly exploded into countless pieces from excitement when she saw the Divine Paragon smile that was directed at her, and it felt like a dream. Eventually, more people began appearing at the demon-sealing pagoda after tracking the demon-sealing aura. Of course, everyone that saw the Divine Paragon was shocked speechless at first. Why Yenhara? What's going on here? Why is the Divine Paragon here? Tang Zheng asked her after he arrived. I have no idea. He suddenly showed up after Yuan entered the demon-sealing pagoda. Yenhara explained. Yuan, Tang Zheng turned to look at the pagoda. What in heaven's name is happening? Meanwhile, inside the pagoda, Yuan was currently being told the rules of the pagoda. Of course, the voice belonged to the Divine Paragon. Welcome to the demon-sealing pagoda, young demon sealer. I will now tell you the rules of this place. If you break any of them, you'll automatically be casted out of this place. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: You can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 799, published at 15th of March, 2022, 11:36 and 17 seconds a.m. Chapter 799. 799 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 799. Superior Demon. First rule, you must defeat the demon before you to challenge the next floor. A demon suddenly appeared on the opposite side of the room. Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he saw that it had a black crystal embedded within chest. A superior demon? Are you kidding me? He muttered in a voice of disbelief. Second rule, you'll have an hour to seal or kill the demon. Failure to do so will result in getting kicked out. Third rule, you cannot die while inside the demon's sealing pagoda. If you die inside, you'll be transported outside safely, but you will not be able to use the demon sealing pagoda for 30 days. When you're prepared to start the challenge, say ready out loud. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He then summoned the Empyrean Overlord and the Starry Abyss. Ready. Whoosh! The scenery suddenly changes, turning the place into an empty and spacious field. Yuan looked around with a surprised face. Did he get teleported, or was this simply an illusion? However, he didn't have much time to think as the demons started attacking him the moment the scenery changed. Yuan commanded the Starry Abyss to distract the demon, but to his surprise, the demon could sense the invisible Starry Abyss and dodge it perfectly. It's not only a superior demon, but it's also a spirit king. Is this demon really equal to my strength? Yuan cried inwardly. Bloody daggers. The demon suddenly summoned 2 crimson daggers using its blood, wielding it like some sort of edgy assassin. Whoosh! The demon kicked its legs and propelled forward like a bullet, shooting straight at Yuan at a ridiculous speed. The demon closed their distance almost instantly, but Yuan was able to barely react and block the strike. Boom! Yuan was sent flying from the impact. After quickly stabilizing himself, Yuan looked at his arms that were still shaking, and it felt like had been struck by a truck as an ordinary human. This is freaking ridiculous. I need to focus on the fight, or I will not pass the first floor. Yuan quickly cleared his mind and focused on the demon with the obnoxious black crystal on its body. HAA. The two of them clashed with each other shortly after, and every time their weapons collided, the world there would seemingly shake a little. Boom, bang, clang. They went at each other's throat like animals that have been starving for days, and Yuan used all of his techniques against the demon. Heavenly Domain. Holy pressure suddenly bore down on the demon, but it barely affected its movements, if any at all. Seeing that his heavenly domain didn't work on the demon, Yuan used Dragon's Gaze when the time was right. Dragon's Gaze. His eyes began emitting a golden glow that instantly stunned the demon. However, he knew that it wouldn't keep the demon stunned for long, so he quickly used this moment to attack the demon with a demon sealing strike. Normally, he only needed to hit the demon once for it to be sealed, but Yuan didn't want to take any chances, so he continued to swing his sword until he could no longer swing it. Yuan had managed to strike the demon 12 times with the demon sealing strike before the demon snapped out of its daze, but by that time, half of its body was already petrified. Looks like I made the right decision by not stopping. Yuan sighed inwardly when he saw that the demon was still only half sealed despite getting struck 12 times by his powerful demon sealing technique. Compared to the elite demon, this superior demon was far stronger. It was simply in a league of its own, and it took Yuan all of his efforts just to defeat it. Congratulations, you have managed to pass the first floor in 6 minutes. It's a new record. The Divine Paragon's voice resounded shortly after he sealed the demon, and Yuan was sent back to the pagoda. Here is your reward for clearing the first floor. A golden orb of light suddenly emerged from the wall of the pagoda and floated towards Yuan. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Yuan extended his hands and accepted the golden orb of light. The moment the light touched his palms, it entered his body and disappeared. Yuan suddenly felt an outburst of spiritual energy within his dantian, instantly raising his cultivation by 2 levels, reaching 4th level Spirit Lord. Furthermore, all of his fatigue disappeared, and he felt completely refreshed. You may proceed onto the next floor whenever you're ready. Yuan proceeded onto the 2nd floor through the staircase at the corner of the room. Welcome to the 2nd floor. You have 1 hour and 30 minutes to defeat the demon. Another demon materialized in the pagoda, but there was something different about this demon. The demon did not emit the power of Spirit King. In fact, its cultivation had been lowered to Spirit Lord. However, that was not the only change. This demon, it doesn't have a crystal on its body. This could only mean Demon General. The pagoda reduced its cultivation but increased its rank? It will most likely be as strong as the superior demon in terms of raw strength, but it will also have more techniques and tricks up its sleeves. When you're prepared to start the challenge, say ready out loud. The divine paragon's voice resounded. Ready! Yuan shouted out loud once he prepared himself. The scenery changed again. However, they were no longer in an empty field. Instead, they appeared to be on a platform inside a coliseum, and there were even spectators. Kill that demon. Kill it. The crowd cheered with excitement, their voices filled with passion and anger, causing Yuan's heart to tremble. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 800, published at 15th of March, 2022, 1:48 and 9 seconds p.m. Chapter 800. 800 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 800, Demon General, kill it. Kill it. Kill it. The crowd's cheering was so loud that it shook the platform Yuan was standing on, and he swallowed nervously. What a rowdy bunch. Don't you agree, human? A cold voice suddenly resounded. Yuan turned to look at the demon that just spoken. They can speak? The last one remained silent for the whole fight. Yuan thought to himself, are you a mute or something? The demon raised its eyebrows at Yuan when he didn't respond. If I wanted to have a conversation with a demon, I wouldn't be here. Fair enough. The demon smiled at Yuan's words. Yuan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and he instinctively raised the Empyrean Overlord over his head. The very next second, Yuan could feel something heavy slamming into his sword. It was so sudden that it actually brought Yuan to his knees. What the hell is going on? Yuan was baffled by the situation. He could still see the demon standing on the other side of the platform, and there was nothing in front or around him. So what is the demon using to attack him? If I cannot see it with my bare eyes, then I have to use my divine sense. Yuan quickly activated his divine sense, and sure enough, he could see a translucent claw on top of him. This is Qi manifestation. He immediately recognized what the demon was doing, but he was still surprised by it. The demon was only a spirit lord just like him, but its Qi manifestation was multiple times stronger than his own. Yuan eventually stood back up and swung his sword, destroying the demon's Qi manifestation. However, the moment Yuan destroyed the invisible claw, the demon summoned another one, then another. Boom! Yuan used his movement technique to dodge the claws. Demons basically have unlimited spiritual energy, so will be able to continue attacking me until I run out of spiritual energy. I need to think of something. Yuan pondered for a strategy as he continued to dodge the demon's invisible attacks. As for the demon general, it was just standing at the edge of the platform with a calm smile on its face, clearly not planning on dirtying its own hand. Suddenly, an outburst of demon-sealing aura exploded from Yuan's body, creating a profound ripple that swept the platform. When the ripple touched the demon general's spiritual energy, it immediately dispersed like smoke. Not bad, the demon general said. I am not finished. Yuan quickly gathered as much spiritual energy as he could within a second before releasing the heaven-splitting sword strike at the demon. When the demon general saw the heaven-splitting sword strike, its initial thought was to just block it with its body, since it could just recover. However, it suddenly sensed a dreadful feeling coming from the heaven-splitting sword strike, forcing it to move from its spot to dodge the strike. The heaven-splitting sword strike barely missed the demon general and crashed into the spectators' area, killing thousands of spectators. Of course, since this was just an illusion, the destroyed areas would restore itself, and the dead spectators would come back to life a few moments later. After dodging the heaven-spitting sword strike, the demon general looked at Yuan with a look of surprise on its face. You've imbued your demon-sealing aura into another technique? Are you really just a spirit lord? Right before he released the heaven-splitting sword strike, Yuan infused some of his demon-sealing aura into the technique, which essentially turned the heaven-splitting sword strike into a demon-sealing technique. Visit Me for extra chapters. However, this is a technique that only high-ranking demon sealers learn and not something a mere advanced demon sealer could achieve. It actually worked. Yuan was as surprised as the demon general, as he was only testing his theory. He figured that if demon-sealing aura is what really harms demons, he could probably enhance his regular techniques with his demon-sealing aura, making them demon-sealing techniques. This could essentially turn any technique out there into a demon-sealing technique. However, Yuan was unaware that in order to achieve such a feat, one would normally have to train for hundreds of years, and the reason he was able to do it was due to his past experience. Haha, things are finally starting to get interesting. Entertain me some more, human. The demon general laughed in a chilling manner. Heavenly Domain. Yuan activated Heavenly Domain when the demon started running at him. The demon general's movement suddenly became sluggish, as Yuan had enhanced the Heavenly Domain with his demon-sealing aura. Not bad. Not bad at all. However, you'll need much more than that if you want to defeat me. A demon general. 10,000 ghost blades. Yuan activated his newfound technique, cloning the starry abyss until there were 1,000 of them. The demon general was at a loss for words when it was suddenly surrounded by 1,000 daggers that looked identical to each other. Go! Yuan flicked his sleeves, commanding the 1,000-strong army of Starry Abyss to rain down upon the demon general. Of course, these Starry Abyss had all been imbued with his demon-sealing aura, so each of these daggers was akin to a demon-sealing technique. The demon general wanted to run, but there was nowhere to run, so it could only defend the attack head-on. The demon general used its chi manifestation and body to deflect the Starry Abyss. Although it managed to destroy a few dozen Starry Abyss, the demon general eventually became overwhelmed, especially since Yuan could always make more. Yeah. The demon general released a deafening roar when it realized that it could not defeat Yuan's 1,000 Starry Abyss, and the very next moment, 1,000 holes opened up in the demon general's body, looking like a porcupine with 1,000 daggers stabbed into its body. Congratulations, you have managed to pass the second floor in 13 minutes. It's a new record. The divine paragon's voice resounded a moment later. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 801. Published at 16th of March, 2022, 11:24 and 26 seconds a.m. Chapter 801. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 801. Quick breakthroughs. Here is your reward for clearing the second stage. The golden orb of light returned, and Yuan quickly absorbed the spiritual energy from it. His cultivation immediately had a breakthrough, reaching the 7th level Spirit Lord from the 4th level Spirit Lord. Plus, stats plus, stats plus, stats. I'm already at the 7th level of Spirit Lord after passing 2 floors, and there are still 7 more floors to go. This place is extremely good for raising one's cultivation base very quickly. Yuan wondered what his cultivation level would be at the end of all this. Sometime later, Yuan climbed to the 3rd floor. Welcome to the third floor. You have 1 hour to defeat the demons. The divine paragon's voice resounded. Wait, demons? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, two figures appeared before him. Of course, they were demons, and they were both demon generals with a cultivation of Spirit Lord. Heavens, I have to fight two of them at once now? Yuan swallowed nervously. When you're prepared to start the challenge, say ready out loud. The divine paragon's voice resounded again. Yuan didn't immediately start the challenge and took a moment to mentally prepare himself. This will be his first time fighting two demons at once by himself. After taking a deep breath, he spoke, ready. The very next moment, the two demon generals rushed at Yuan, attacking him from two different directions. 10,000 ghost blades. Yuan summoned 1,000 copies of his starry abyss and used those to deal with one of the demons, while he personally fought the other demon with the Empyrean Overlord. One would expect Yuan to dominate these demons because of his increased cultivation, but the pagoda increased the strength of the demon to match his strength, so it was just as difficult. Fortunately, Yuan had learned how to infuse his demon-sealing aura with his ordinary techniques, allowing him to fight the demons with more ease. Even though the demons match his strength, that doesn't necessarily mean they're equal, as one's technique and treasures can easily affect the balance. Of course, the demon-sealing pagoda also took into account his treasures and techniques, but there is only so much it can gauge, and when it comes to an unfathomable genius like Yuan, not even it could fully measure his full potential. Demon-sealing sword strike. Yuan swung the Empyrean Overlord at the demon, but it easily blocked it with its weapon made out of blood. After blocking the attack, the demon tossed the weapon away since it would be sealed by the demon-sealing aura. As for the other demon, it was slowly getting sealed by the starry abyss. Although each of the starry abyss lacked the demon-sealing aura to seal a demon with one strike, they could easily strike the demon multiple times before it could even react, slowly sealing it. After 30 minutes of fighting back and forth, Yuan eventually managed to seal one of the demons. A mere human. How dare you? Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. The demon roared, and its body began burning red, almost as though its blood had turned to lava. Its body also grew larger, but not by much. Boom! The demon suddenly disappeared from its position, appearing in front of Yuan before throwing a powerful punch at him. This time, Yuan was unable to react fast enough, and he was hit square in the chest by the demon. Whoosh! Yuan's body flew backward like a broken ragdoll, landing many meters away. Shit, even with all of my defenses, it still hurts like hell. He cried inwardly as he quickly stood back up. If it weren't for the invisible dragon cloak that doubled his defense stats, his body would have probably exploded into a bloody mess. Furthermore, even though the demon was only a spirit lord, it managed to penetrate the invisible dragon cloak's defense that blocks all damage from those below Spirit King. Though, this is most likely because the demon general's true strength far surpasses a Spirit King, allowing it to bypass the armor's effects. I'm impressed that you survived, human. What is your body made out of? Treasures? The demon general slowly approached him with a malicious grin on its face. After standing back up, Yuan spat out some blood, but his expression remained unfazed. 10,000 ghost blades. Yuan activated his most powerful technique again, sending 1,000 starry abyss at the demon general. However, the demon general merely stood there and allowed the daggers to hit its body. What? Yuan exclaimed inwardly when the daggers shattered on impact, while the demon general appeared to be completely fine. The demon general, without even looking at its body, smiled and said, "You'll need to do better than that if you want to penetrate my defense." Yuan frowned as he could feel a sense of dread from this demon general that was clearly stronger than the other demon general. "Come, entertain me some more, human." The demon general continued to approach Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan commanded the rest of the starry abyss to attack the demon general, even if it might seem pointless. "It's useless. Ha ha ha." The demon general roared with laughter. Yuan tried to focus all of the starry abyss on a single location, hoping that he'd slowly break through the demon general's defense, but it was useless. The demon general suddenly leaped forward and swung its blood weapon, clashing with Yuan's Empyrean overlord. Give up. You're just a mere human. Humans are born to serve demons. There is no way humans can ever defeat demons. The demon general provoked Yuan as they swung their weapons at each other, causing the surrounding space to shake with every swing. If that was true, you demons wouldn't be facing extinction right now. Yuan clapped back at the demon, leaving it speechless for a moment. Chapter 802. Published at 17th of March, 2022, 11:09 and 8 seconds a.m. Chapter 802. 802 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 802. Assistance 30 minutes left. The divine paragon's voice resounded once Yuan used up half of his time on the third floor. Yuan breathed heavily, his body covered in sweat. This is the first time that anyone has been able to compete against him so perfectly. No matter what he did, the demon general would always have a response to it. It was at this moment Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded. Young master, would you like some assistance? Huh? Yuan responded in a dumbfounded voice as he continued to block the demon general's attacks. He was so absorbed in his situation that had completely forgotten about their existence. What do you mean by help? Well, I am your servant. If you wish, I can help you fight this demon. Of course, I won't be able to defeat it for you since I do not have the capability, but I can definitely stall it for you. Can you even do that? Won't that be cheating? Yuan asked. Young master, do you truly know the relationship between a servant and master? You, young master, own our body and soul the moment we signed the servant contract. In other words, we are your possession. Therefore, we are no different than the soul weapons that you have been using this entire time. What? Yuan was left speechless by this information. This entire time, he could have had his servants help him? If that's the case, why couldn't you help me during the stairway to heaven? The stairway to heaven is a special place with special rules. This pagoda, however, doesn't appear to have such rules. There are no forces that prevent me from helping you. At least I don't feel them. And the fact that we were allowed to enter this place with you only further confirms it. After pondering for a moment, Yuan said, Please help me distract the demon while I prepare for my attack. The next second, Feng Yuxiang came out of his body and flicked her sleeves, instantly engulfing the demon general in flames. However, she was not the only one who appeared, as Xiaohua also decided to show up. She clearly didn't want Feng Yuxiang to get all of the spotlight. Xiaohua will help Brother Yuan as well, she said. Oh, okay. Yuan nodded. Sorry, Yuan, but I most likely won't be of any help even if I come out. Lan Yingying said to him. She was only a spirit grandmaster, so she will most likely only hinder them instead of helping. It's okay, Yingying. We got this. Haha, what a surprise. This flame, Phoenix's flame. I have never tasted phoenix blood before. The demon general laughed out loud, even as its body was still engulfed in flames. Distracted from me, I will prepare the heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan said to them. Understood. Feng Yuxiang's black hair suddenly turned red, and her eyes glowed golden. Meanwhile, Xiaohua's cultivation base exploded forward. This is my first time seeing Xiaohua use all of her strength. Yuan thought to himself as Xiaohua summoned a huge sword. Even though she couldn't use sword qi, she could still wield the sword better than many sword masters. While the demon general was still covered in flames, Xiaohua kicked her small feet and flew towards the demon without hesitation before swinging her sword, sending a massive sword light made out of spiritual energy at the demon. Whoosh! The sword light shattered the moment it struck the demon, but the demon wasn't unscathed either, as it clearly sustained some damage. However, Xiaohua didn't stop there and released a quick heaven-splitting sword strike at the demon. The ground shook as a massive beam of light swallowed the demon. Although Yuan is stronger than Xiaohua overall, he actually lagged behind Xiaohua in terms of techniques, especially when it came to the heaven-splitting sword strike. The heaven-splitting sword strike managed to destroy half of the demon general, but it quickly began recovering. It was at this moment that Feng Yuxiang released her technique. Burn in Hell. With the flick of her sleeves, Feng Yuxiang summoned a large phoenix created from her flames, sending it flying at the demon. Visit Readle Me for extra chapters. The heat from the flames were so intense that it slowed the demon's recovery, as the flames would quickly destroy the demon almost as quickly as it healed. I am ready. It was at this moment that Yuan started swinging the Empyrean Overlord. When Xiaohua and Feng Yuxiang heard his voice, they returned to his body. The following second, Yuan released his heavenly splitting sword strike. Whoosh! Everything in front of Yuan was immediately erased from existence, including the demon general. Congratulations, you have passed the 3rd floor in 38 minutes. The divine paragon's voice resounded shortly after. Thank you, Feng and Xiaohua. I might not have defeated the demon general by myself if you didn't help. Yuan said to them afterward, Young master, we are your weapons and shield. You don't thank your weapons every time you use them, right? Yuan smiled. Maybe I should. And don't lower yourself like that. You may be my servants, but you're also my valuable companions. I would never treat you like a tool. Sometime later, the golden orb appeared before Yuan, allowing him to absorb all of its spiritual energy. Ding! 9th level. I will be able to enter Spirit King once I pass the next floor. Yuan mumbled to himself. It's only been an hour since he entered the Demon Ceiling Pagoda, and he's already increased his cultivation by almost an entire realm. He could only imagine how far his cultivation base will go after he finishes all 9 floors. However, with the increase in difficulty after every floor, he was a little worried about the future floors. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 803. Published at 17th of March, 2022, 11:09 and 7 seconds a.m. Chapter 803. 803 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 803. Experiencing death after clearing the 3rd floor, Yuan proceeded to make his way to the 4th floor of the Demon Ceiling Pagoda. I had to fight 2 demons at once on the last floor. Wanting to fight 3 at once this time? He wondered to himself as he walked the staircase. Upon entering the 4th floor, Yuan waited for the divine paragon's voice to resound. Welcome to the 4th floor. You have 15 minutes to defeat the demon. The divine paragon's voice resounded a moment later. Only 15 minutes? Yuan exclaimed. He did not expect such drastic changes, going from having an hour to defeat the demon to just 15 minutes. However, he wasn't that worried, especially since he knows that he can rely on Xiaohua and Feng Yuxiang. The scenery suddenly changed from inside the pagoda to this hell-like scenery where he was surrounded by lava. It looked like he was inside some kind of volcano, but he's never been to such a place before, so he wasn't certain. One thing that he is certain about is that it was immensely hot in that place, with hot air blowing in his face constantly, almost like he was inside an oven. While Yuan looked around for the demon, he suddenly noticed a figure emerging from the lava. This demon had an appearance that Yuan hadn't seen before. Instead of its usual red skin, it had grayish skin this time, and it had a broken horn in its forehead that looked as though it had been cleanly sliced by a sword. As for its crystal, of course, it didn't have one. When you're prepared to start the challenge, say ready out loud. The divine paragon's voice resounded when the demon stepped onto the platform. However, before Yuan could even speak, the demon opened its mouth and spoke in a calm but indifferent voice. You're not worthy. Yuan frowned, but not because of the demon's arrogance. There was something about this demon that sent shivers down his back, and his instincts were telling him to avoid it at all cost. But he couldn't just give up without fighting it. He had to at least try. I will be fine with Xiaohua and Feng by my side. Yuan calmed himself down with such words. The next moment, he summoned both of them before him. Young master, I'm getting a dangerous feeling from that demon. Feng Yuxiang said to him the moment she appeared. Xiaohua agreed with Feng Yuxiang by nodding her head. We got this, Yuan said. Once they were prepared, Yuan spoke out loud, ready. The instant he uttered that word, the demon disappeared from its location before any of them could even make their move. Young master, brother Yuan, watch out. Both Feng Yuxiang and Xiaohua suddenly shouted out loud at the same time, their voices filled with despair. However, Yuan couldn't understand why they screamed, at least not until he felt pain in his body. Yuan looked down at his body, and to his absolute surprise, there was an arm sticking out of his body. He turned around to see the demon standing behind him with its arm extended through his body. How though I told you, you're not worthy. The demon mumbled in a low voice before releasing a massive amount of spiritual energy into Yuan's body, causing his body to explode into countless pieces. When Xiaohua and Feng Yuxiang witnessed this scene, the scene of Yuan's death, their eyes widened with shock. How dare you kill Brother Yuan? Xiaohua suddenly roared, and an outburst of spiritual energy that surpassed the demon's aura erupted from her petite body. Her figure also grew a little taller. At least that was what Feng Yuxiang thought she saw before everything went black for both Xiaohua and Feng Yuxiang. Their vision returned almost instantly, and when it did, they realized that they were no longer inside the pagoda, but outside, and Yuan was standing before them with a dazed expression on his face, almost as though his death never happened. Be Brother Yuan. Xiaohua immediately went to embrace him. Xiaohua, what happened? I thought I died just now. Yuan snapped out of his daze when he felt Xiaohua arms wrapped around his waist. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. That's because you didn't actually die. Enrich voice suddenly resounded. Yuan turned to look at her, and to his surprise, a crowd of people that wasn't there before he entered the pagoda was there now. When you die inside the demon's ceiling pagoda, you will simply be transported out of the pagoda. She continued. After hearing her words, Yuan recalled one of the rules that mentioned it. I see. So I died to that demon. Yuan mumbled in a dispirited voice. What floor did you die on? Yenhara then asked. I died on the 4th floor by the hands of that weird-looking demon with gray skin. Yuan explained to her. It was so sudden. I couldn't even see its movements, and when I was aware of the situation, I was already dead. To the 4th floor. Yenhara mumbled in a voice of disbelief. Yuan had only been in the demon's ceiling pagoda for an hour, and had managed to reach the 4th floor? Even more unbelievable was that Head actually reached the 4th floor on his first attempt, something that hasn't been done since ancient times. In fact, it took Yenhara multiple attempts throughout the span of 1,000 years to reach the 4th floor. Just what in heaven's name was that gray demon? I have never encountered a demon like that one before. Yuan suddenly asked. Yenhara sighed. That demon is a demon emperor, sort of. What do you mean, sort of? Yuan raised his eyebrows. I will tell you later. For now, let's leave this place and go somewhere more private. As you can see, it's a little crowded here. Yuan nodded. By the way, who are those two? They appeared at the same time you left the pagoda, but I didn't see them enter with you. Yenhara pointed at Feng Yuxiang and Xiaohua, who is still hugging Yuan. They are my companions. I will explain later. Yuan said with a smile. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 804, published at 17th of March, 2022, 2:18 and 5 seconds p.m. Chapter 804. 804 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 804. Demon on the 4th floor, W8. Someone there stopped Yuan from leaving with Yenhara. Yuan turned around to see a middle-aged man that he did not recognize, and he asked, What is it? Did anything unusual happen in the demon's ceiling pagoda while you were inside? The middle-aged man asked. Unusual? Yuan raised his eyebrows. How unusual? That was my first time entering the demon's ceiling pagoda, so I can't tell you if anything is out of the ordinary, even if it happened. If you don't mind, can you give us a brief explanation on your experience inside the pagoda? The middle-aged man continued to ask. Can I ask why you want to know? The middle-aged man then said, because the divine paragon showed up when you entered the demon sealing pagoda. That has never happened before. What? The divine paragon showed up? Yuan was shocked to hear this. You should be the divine paragon. So how did someone who is supposed to be dead and reincarnated show up? WL, not the real divine paragon, but an illusion of him. He showed up after you entered the pagoda, even releasing this unfathomable demon sealing aura. However, he disappeared after a few minutes, and only a handful of people were able to witness it. I see. So that's what happened. Unfortunately, I didn't see the divine paragon inside, but I did hear his voice. This is what happened inside. Yuan proceeded to give a brief recollection of his experience within the pagoda to the people there. After hearing Yuan's story, the people there no longer questioned him. They did not find anything unusual with his experience inside the demon sealing pagoda. Can I go now? Yuan asked. Why, yes. Sorry for bothering you, little founder. The middle-aged man bowed to him in a respectful manner. Although slowly, the people within the demon sealing clan's grand library were beginning to treat Yuan differently. Perhaps it was due to his uncanny resemblance to the divine paragon, or maybe they were just convinced by his overwhelming talents. These people were beginning to see Yuan as a potential leader of the demon sealing clan in the future. Sometime later, Yuan followed Yenhara to her personal living quarters. All official lecturers are granted residency within the grand library. Are you okay? You seem off. Yenhara asked him once they sat down. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile before speaking. I experienced my first death today. Even though it wasn't real, it felt real, and the fact that I have been killed by a demon is also real. I have overestimated myself today and put my companions' lives at risk. Fortunately, the demon wasn't real. If we had been facing a real demon outside the pagoda, I would have not only gotten myself killed, but my companions as well. And the thought of this really bothers me. Brother Yuan, Xiaohua, who was still sticking to his body like a slug, mumbled in a low voice. Clearly, she was also affected by Yuan's death. Not only did she fail to protect him, but he also died right before her eyes. Xiaohua promised to protect Brother Yuan, but she sighed with teary eyes. This is the first time that Yuan has seen Xiaohua cry with such emotions, and it made his heart sting. If we're all going to blame ourselves, then I blame myself for not being able to protect you, young master. Feng Yuxiang sighed as well. Seeing their depressed state and sensing the gloomy atmosphere, Yenhara spoke out loud. There's no need to blame yourself, all of you. You were up against a demon emperor, after all. Let me tell you something. Ever since the disappearance of the divine paragon and the decline of the demon sealing clan, nobody has been able to pass the 4th floor of the demon sealing pagoda, and only a handful of demon sealers were able to pass the 3rd floor. Yuan looked at her and asked, You said that it was sort of a demon emperor before. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Ah, that's because the gray-skinned demon isn't truly a demon emperor, but it's so much more powerful than a demon general that we cannot call a mere demon general. However, a real demon emperor is even more fearsome than the demon on the 4th floor. It's something like a cultivator who is half a step away from entering the next realm. It's at a level that far surpasses anything of the same rank, yet it's not truly at the next rank. Yenhara explained. I see. That makes a lot of sense. But for it to be that powerful when it's not even a true demon emperor, it makes me wonder about the real strength of a true demon emperor. Yuan sighed. Trust me, you don't want to find out. Yenhara smiled. Sometime later, Yenhara focused her gaze on Xiaohua and Feng Yuxiang. By the way, can you explain who they are and why the little one is emitting the aura of an exile? Yuan's body shook when he heard Yenhara's words. It was also at this moment that he recalled Senior Bei's words, that those from the upper heavens would recognize Xiaohua to be an exile, and that exiles are hunted in the upper heavens. Wait, I can explain. Xiaohua isn't a bad exile. Yuan immediately became defensive. Yanhara smiled when she saw this, and she said, "Calm down. Although I'm not someone who favors exiles, I'm also not someone who would hunt them on sight. Honestly, I couldn't care less. While that may be true, what about all those people at the Demon's Ceiling Pagoda? If you can tell that she's in exile, they should also know." Yuan said, "Trust me, if they noticed, you wouldn't have been able to leave in one piece. Her exile aura is really weak right now, for some reason, and I didn't notice it until we sat down," she explained. Yuan finally calmed down a little after hearing such words. Thankfully, Senior Yin isn't an unreasonable person. He sighed inwardly. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 805. Published at 19th of March, 2022, 9:09 and 23 seconds p.m. Chapter 805. 805. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 805. Not human, she is Xiaohua. And this one over here is Feng Yuxiang. Yuan pointed at them and introduced them to Yanhara. "Although they're my servants, I prefer to call them my companions." Yanhara raised her eyebrows and asked, "Normal servants wouldn't be able to enter the Demon's Ceiling Pagoda with you, so they must have signed a contract that binds their soul with your soul. In other words, they are no different than the soul weapons that you carry around with you in your body." "That is correct. We are more than just servants. We are his most loyal servants, his weapon and shield," Feng Yuxiang said in a prideful voice. "I see. And since she's in exile, you must be participating in the Supreme Heaven's legacy. How troublesome." Yanhara sighed, and she continued, "You do know what it means to accept the Supreme Heaven's legacy or the consequences of siding with an exile, right?" "I do." Yuan immediately nodded with a serious face. "If others from the Demon Ceiling clan or the Demon Ceiling Grotto learn that you're helping an exile, it will become immensely more difficult for you to become the next leader, and there's a good chance that you could even get kicked out of the clan." Yanhara sighed. "If you're asking me to choose between the Demon Ceiling clan or Xiaohua, I would choose the latter without any hesitation," Yuan quickly said with a resolute face. "Let's not get ahead of yourself." A bittersweet smile appeared on Yanhara's face. "You might not care about the Demon Ceiling clan, but as your lecturer, I truly want you to become the next leader of the Demon Ceiling clan. And after what happened at the Demon Ceiling Pagoda today, I believe that the Divine Paragon also saw something special within you, hence why he appeared when you entered the pagoda. Once the higher-ups learn of what happened today, they will definitely start paying more attention to you, and they might even outright approach you. So, I suggest you keep your little friend hidden for as long as you're inside the Grand Library." "I will keep that in mind." Yuan nodded. "You should also keep in mind that even if she is hidden in your body, there are people out there that can still see her. If you truly want to keep her safe, you'll need a treasure that blocks all probing. But in order to acquire a treasure powerful enough to block even the most powerful cultivators, it won't be easy. I would help you, but I do not have the capabilities to acquire such a powerful treasure. It's okay. I will figure something out." "Thank you, Senior, for your help," Yuan said to her. "I am your lecturer. I'm supposed to help you, even if the subject is a little unethical." Yanhara smiled, and she continued while looking directly at Xiaohua. "By the way, you should probably go back. Your exile aura, it's getting stronger." However, Xiaohua immediately refused by shaking her head, and her grasp on Yuan tightened. Seeing this, Yuan patted her head and said, "It's okay, Xiaohua. I am safe in this place. What happened in the Demon Ceiling Pagoda was due to my carelessness. It won't happen again. Damn right you are safe in this place. Who would dare to touch you, who has the face of the Divine Paragon, in this place filled with his admirers and fanatics? That would be a crime punishable by death," Yanhara added. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua nodded her head and reluctantly returned inside Yuan's body. As for Feng Yuxiang, she decided to stay outside for a little longer since she wasn't worried about getting hunted. Yanhara's attention turned to look at Feng Yuxiang now that Xiao Hua's presence was gone, and she asked, "You have a unique aura around you. It's like you're human, but also not at the same time. What are you?" In response to Yanhara's question, Feng Yuxiang changed her hair to red and her eyes to golden. Yanhara's eyes widened with shock when she realized what she was looking at. "Why, you're a phoenix?" Yanhara muttered in a voice of disbelief. "Is there a problem with that?" Feng Yuxiang said, "Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters." Yanhara swallowed nervously and said, "Phoenixes are some of the most prideful creatures roaming in the 9 heavens alongside dragons. I cannot imagine a creature like that would be willing to become a human servant binded through your souls, much less." Feng Yuxiang coldly snorted and said, "I am not just the servant of any human. The young master is special. I wouldn't even categorize him as human. He's different from the rest of you humans." Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, "You don't see me as human? I don't mean it like that. You're human, but above a human at the same time, like a celestial being." Feng Yuxiang tried to explain herself. Yanhara couldn't help but let out a chuckle after hearing Feng Yuxiang's words, and she said, "According to some ancient document, after the divine paragon conquered the demonic realm, there were countless divine beasts that would offer themselves to serve him. And yes, this included phoenixes and even dragons. You're truly resembling the divine paragon more and more now, Yuan." The divine paragon was truly someone special. He was a human like the rest of us, but there was something about him that made him stand out from the rest of us. At least this is what some people during his era said. Sometime later, Yanhara asked Yuan, "Do you have any questions for me?" He nodded and spoke. "I want to challenge the demon on the 4th floor again, and I want to defeat it. Can you help me?" Yanhara then said, "If you want to challenge the pagoda again, you'll have to wait 30 days, and we'll have to pay for the resources by ourselves this time." "I am fine with that," Yuan said. "Then let me ask you another question. What do you think you need to defeat the demon?" She asked him, "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 806. Published at 19th of March, 2022, 9:09 and 22 seconds p.m. Chapter 806. 806. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 806. Demon Sealing Group Swell. Am 1 level away from reaching Spirit King. If I reach Spirit King, perhaps I can. However, Yanhara immediately scoffed at his response. Increasing your cultivation will only help you slightly. In fact, it's the last thing you should worry about in the Demon Sealing Pagoda. Did you already forget? The Demon Sealing Pagoda scales to your cultivation strength, so if you grow stronger, so do the demons. After being reminded of this fact, Yuan frowned and asked, "Then what am I supposed to do?" Yanhara smiled and said, "Everything else. The Demon Sealing Pagoda takes into account your cultivation and your talents to a certain extent. However, your experience and techniques do not affect the pagoda. If you want to defeat the demon on the 4th floor and beyond, you'll need to increase your experience and improve on your techniques. Oh, your demon sealing aura will play a huge role as well. Experience? So, I just need to fight more demons? Not just fight demons. You need to fight demons much stronger than yourself. I'm sure you can kill 1,000 lower demons at your level with ease, but that won't help you defeat a demon emperor. If you want to improve, you need to push yourself to your limits. Pushing the young master to his limits. It won't be easy." Feng Yuxiang said. Yanhara smiled and said, "I know. That's why I will personally train you. I may not be the strongest cultivator out there, but I am more than enough to show you true despair. Meet me at the Grand Library next week after the tournament." "Tournament?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Oh, right. I was going to tell you about it, but the situation with the Demon Sealing Pagoda had distracted me." Yanhara then continued, "In 3 days, there will be a tournament for master demon sealers such as myself, and I want you to be there to witness it. You might learn a thing or two about fighting demons. Yuan nodded. I will be there. Where is it? It will be located at the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Coliseum. You won't be able to get there by yourself, so you'll need to be invited. Yin Hara retrieved a red medallion and handed it to him afterward. This will take you to the location. Activate it with your spiritual energy. However, I should warn you that it would be for the best if you don't bring the exile with you, as there will be many powerful cultivators in that place. I understand. Anyways, do you have any more questions for me? Yuan pondered for a moment before asking. You told me to strengthen my demon sealing aura, but how does that work? Do I just need to learn as many demon sealing techniques as possible? Yenhara nodded, and she spoke. Not just learn them. You need to understand and fully master them. But how can I comprehend a technique that I cannot use? For example, I use the sword mostly, but there are demon sealing techniques for the bow and many other weapons that I have never used before. You don't need to use a technique to master it. The most important thing when it comes to mastering a technique is comprehension. Of course, it would be much easier to comprehend something you understand, but it's not impossible to comprehend something you don't understand at first. ITLL just take you much longer. As for using the technique, it would also help you to master a technique much quicker if you practice with it every day than someone who only reads the technique. Yuan then asked, the fastest method to master a technique is to use it constantly, right? Yes. Yin Hara nodded, and she continued, in the Grand Library, there's an area that will let you practice your techniques as many times as you want, and there's even a formation in that place that increases your spiritual energy regeneration, allowing you to recover faster and practice more. However, that place is only accessible by elite demon sealers and above. Elite demon sealer. How far away is it from an advanced demon sealer? It's literally your next rank. Yin Hara chuckled. Oh, then can I take the examination right away? Well, you'll need at least 3 master demon sealers to witness the examination, but most of them are busy preparing for the tournament, so you'll have to wait until the tournament is over. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. If you want to start practicing now, there's an open area that is accessible by all demon sealers. You can practice there, but you're limited to what techniques you can use, mostly the destructive ones. What about the demon sealing strike? That is fine. Okay, then I want to start my training as soon as possible. All right, follow me. Before Yuan followed Yin Hara outside, Feng Yuxiang turned into a ball of flame and entered Yuan's body. Sometime later, they arrived at this spacious area where it was simply an open area where people could be seen practicing their techniques out in the open. Although this place is meant for demon sealers to practice their demon sealing techniques, it is also a place where demon sealers show off their talents and hope to be recruited into a group. What kind of group? Yuan asked. There are many small groups within the Demon Sealing Clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto. Most of these groups consist of 4 to 5 demon sealers, and they operate as a team to hunt demons. This is great for newcomers and even veteran demon sealers, as popular groups receive more attention and support by the upper echelons. And just for the record, I do not belong to any group, mostly because I like to operate alone. Yin Hara said, I see. Anyways, you can practice here for as long as you like. Just make sure you don't forget about the tournament. If you don't show up and I lose, I will blame it on you. Yin Hara said to him a moment later. Don't worry, I will definitely be there. Yuan said. Yin Hara left the scene shortly after while Yuan found an empty spot in the area and began practicing the demon sealing strike by using it repeatedly, almost as though he had become a robot with a single purpose. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 807, published at 20th of March, 2022, 7:39 and 11 seconds p.m. Chapter 807. 807 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 807. Wrong decision. Demon Sealing Strike. Yuan swung the Empyrean Overlord with all of his might in the empty air before him, sweeping the area in front with an invisible ripple of demon sealing aura. After that, he pulled the sword back and went for another strike, and he would continue this for 2 whole hours until someone approached him. "You're not doing it right." Yuan stopped swinging the sword and turned to look at the handsome man standing beside him. Senior One. It was Wan Yu, the lecturer that guided him around the Grand Library on his first day. "Something came up, so I had to leave this place for a bit. Looks like a lot has happened since then," Wan Yu said with a smile on his face. "I cannot believe that I didn't notice it when I first met you, but you truly look like the founder. I also heard that you decided to join the Demon Sealing Clan. Can I ask why you chose them instead of the Demon Sealing Grotto?" "Sorry, but there's just something about the Demon Sealing Clan that makes me feel at home, and it feels like it was only natural for me to join them." "I see. You don't have to apologize. You're not wrong for choosing one over the other. I mean, it might have been the wrong decision, but you did nothing wrong. I understand why you feel the need to join the Demon Sealing Clan. I was once in your shoes, but as I spent more time with them, I realized that the Demon Sealing Clan is no longer the brilliance it once was. Without the Divine Paragon, the Demon Sealing Clan is just another power, one of countless powers out there. You will realize that soon, and when you do, you know where to find me. I won't give up on you just because you joined them." Wan Yu then pointed at the Empyrean Overlord and said, "If your technique doesn't improve after every swing, you're doing something wrong. Don't just swing the sword. You need to understand and comprehend the technique, or your technique will remain the same even 1,000 swings later." Thank you for the advice, Senior," Yuan said to him. "We may belong to different powers, but I am still an official lecturer here. Regardless if you are from the Demon Sealing Clan or the Demon Sealing Grotto, I have a responsibility to guide you properly. Anyways, good luck." Good work at the Demon Sealing Pagoda. I heard you managed to reach the 4th floor on your first attempt," Wan Yu said to Yuan before leaving the place. After Yuan was alone again, Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded. "That man is right, young master. You shouldn't swing your sword just for the sake of swinging it. You must try to understand the technique and improve it as you swing it. Close your eyes and swing the sword. Try to feel it. Once you can feel it, you can start understanding it." Yuan nodded and closed his eyes. After taking a deep but calm breath, he released the Demon Sealing Strike. "I see. It really feels different than swinging it casually," Yuan thought to himself. "Now try to see if you can improve the technique before you swing it again," Feng Yuxiang said. Yuan nodded. A few minutes later, Yuan moved again, swinging the Empyrean Overlord. Although it was only slightly, Feng Yuxiang noticed slight improvement in his movements. "That's perfect, young master. You're improving." "Thank you, Feng. I think I know what to do now," Yuan said to her, and he continued to practice the Demon Sealing Strike. While Yuan practiced his technique, Feng Yuxiang spoke to Xiao Hua using spiritual sense. "Hey Xiao Hua, I've been dying to ask you. When we were inside the Demon Sealing Pagoda, I thought I saw you growing taller. What was that about?" "What are you talking about, Phoenix?" Xiao Hua responded in a puzzled voice. "You know, when the young master died before us, you got angry, and I swear I noticed you growing taller. You must have been seeing things." "Xiao Hua has no idea what you're talking about," Xiao Hua responded in a genuinely puzzled voice. "Probably." Feng Yuxiang also began to believe that she was just seeing things because of her shock at the time. A few hours later, Yuan manages to increase the Demon Sealing Strike's master level to 2. Visit Readle Me for extra chapters. Demon Sealing Strike. Rank, Heaven. Mastery level, 2. However, Yuan didn't stop his training even after his Demon Sealing Strike reached a new level. In fact, he continued training even harder. He would swing the Empyrean Overlord for the entire day until his arms were sore and his body was soaked in sweat. When the other demon sealers at the scene saw how hard he was training, their motivation also grew, allowing them to train harder. At the end of the day, Yuan's Demon Sealing Strike reached Master Level 3, and his Demon Sealing Aura also saw significant growth. "I will see you guys tomorrow." Yuan said goodbye to his companions before logging off the game. After logging off, Yuan got off the bed and made his way to the training field behind the mansion to continue his training. Of course, there were already people training in the field way before his arrival. "Hey, Yuan, how was your day?" Wang Ming asked him. "It was a difficult day for me, one filled with disappointment." Yuan responded with a bittersweet smile. "You want to talk about it?" Wang Ming did not expect such a response from him and asked. Yuan chuckled. "Don't worry, I already have it all sorted out with my lecturer." "Lecturer?" "I will introduce you guys to her in the future. She's an experienced demon sealer in cultivation online." "By the way, how's your progress with the demon sealing technique?" Yuan asked. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 808. Published at 21st of March, 2022, 1:57 and 7 seconds p.m. Chapter 808. 808 if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 808. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. My progress with the demon sealing strike has been great. I should be able to use it by the end of this week. Wang Ming said. He then pointed in a certain direction and said, Li Jinxi, on the other hand, has been using the technique since yesterday. It won't be long before she masters it. Yuan used his divine sense to watch Li Jinxi, and sure enough, her sword would release demon sealing aura with every swing. However, the demon sealing aura is still very weak, too weak to actually seal any demons. Good luck with your training, Yuan said to Wang Ming before walking over to Li Jinxi. Can I help you a bit? Yuan asked her. Li Jinxi stopped swinging the sword and nodded. Yuan walked beside her and gently grabbed her arms before adjusting their position. Once her arms were in the correct position, Yuan moved to adjust her hips, then her legs, and lastly, her feet. Try swinging your sword now, he said to her. Li Jinxi nodded and swung the large sword in her hand. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind appeared from the swing, and it felt much easier and comfortable for Li Jinxi. Thank you, she said to him afterward. When you practice the technique, you should try to feel and understand it. Someone told me that your technique should improve with every strike, even if it's slightly. Yuan said, I will keep that in mind. Yuan walked to the others and also gave them advice. Eventually, he reached Meishio, who was practicing with her bow. Whoosh! Using her black bow that she acquired from the 6 spiritual families, Meishio was able to hit her target 1,000 meters away, and the arrow even managed to hit the tiny red dot in the center. Meishio gracefully lowered her arms after releasing the arrow, and she turned to look at him. Hey, that was quite impressive, Yuan said with a smile. I don't think I have any advice for you, nor am I qualified to lecture you. What do you think of my form? Meishio then asked. I think it was beautiful. What about the demon sealing aura? Is it strong enough to seal a demon? Unfortunately, you would need to shoot the demon 100 times if you want to seal it. Yuan said. I see. Meishio looked slightly disappointed by the results. Don't look so down. You're doing great for someone who just started learning demon sealing techniques. Yuan gave her some encouragement. Thank you, Meishio said to him before returning to her training. Yuan decided to let her train in peace and check on Chu Liuxiang next. As he got close to her, Chu Liuxiang shot her palm forward, sending a wave of demon sealing aura into the air. What do you think of my demon sealing pulse? Chu Liuxiang turned to look at him afterward. Your demon sealing aura is the strongest out of everyone at the moment. This means you have the deepest comprehension of your demon sealing technique. Good job. Thanks, but I still feel a little lacking with one demon sealing technique. She sighed. Don't worry, I will acquire more demon sealing techniques in a few days. Okay. Sometime later, Yuan walked to an empty spot on the field and started his own training. Everyone would train without rest until it was time for dinner. Meishio left an hour earlier than everyone else to prepare for dinner. During dinner, they would talk about their progress with their techniques and things they did in cultivation online. What about you, Yuan? Lang suddenly asked him. Yuan swallowed before responding with a bittersweet smile. I died today. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Clang, everybody there dropped their utensils when they heard his words, and they turned to look at him with wide eyes. Excuse me? Can you repeat that? I think I misheard you just now. Wang Ming stuttered in a voice of disbelief. I experienced death today. Don't worry. It wasn't real death, so it didn't affect me in the slightest. At least not physically. Yuan explained to them in more detail about his situation. I fought a very powerful demon in the Demon Sealing Pagoda, where demon sealers go to train in the Grand Library. If you die inside the pagoda, you won't actually die, and you will simply be teleported outside. I managed to reach the peak of Spirit Lord after passing 3 out of 9 floors. Good Lord, you're already almost a Spirit King? That's ridiculous. The others were simply speechless. While everyone else was still trying to climb Spirit Warrior, Yuan was already 1 level away from Spirit King. Will they ever close their distance? I'm going to train some more tonight after dinner. Wang Bingbing muttered in a low voice. And me too. Shi Lang agreed. Half of the room decided to continue their training after dinner within moments. Sometime after dinner, Yuan returned to his room with Chu Liuxiang. Yuan, darling, now that we've returned home, let's, do it. Chu Liuxiang said as she stared at him with an eager look on her pretty face. And now, you still have energy after training for an entire day? Yuan said in a dumbfounded voice. No matter how exhausted I am, I will always have energy to embrace my love. She chuckled. Yuan showed a slight smile before nodding. But let me clean myself first. My body is still sticky from training. Okay, wait. We can do this inside the bathroom. We can clean ourselves and embrace each other at the same time. That would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chu Liuxiang suddenly suggested. Yuan was truly speechless this time. However, he didn't refuse and nodded in silence. Great. They removed their clothes and entered the bathroom together shortly after, spending much more time than usual inside. That was amazing, darling. Chu Liuxiang said to him on the bed about 3 hours later. Good night, Lulu. Yuan said to her with a smile before he walked to the balcony. You're not going to sleep tonight? Yuan summoned the Empyrean Overlord before responding. I'm going to practice a little more tonight. You don't need to wait for me. Get some rest. He jumped onto the sword and flew away from their balcony. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 809. Published at 21st of March, 2022, 1:57 and 5 seconds p.m. Chapter 809. 809 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button, and again, Chapter 809. Max Mastery Level. Good night, darling. Chu Liuxiang mumbled in a low voice after Yuan flew away. She laid on the bed a moment later and quickly fell asleep with a peaceful and satisfied smile on her face. Meanwhile, Yuan flew circles around the dragon's spiral mountain on his flying sword in order to practice his chi manifestation. Of course, he would need to rest after every lap around the dragon's spiral mountain. After his 9th lap around the dragon's spiral mountain, Yuan noticed Mike Sia's figure from above, and she appeared to be training her movement technique. Yuan decided to stay in the air and watch Meishio dance around with elegance yet precision. A few minutes later, he descended in front of her and said, "Don't overwork yourself again, Meishio." She smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't embarrass myself like that again. I have never collapsed like that before, not even when I was worked to the bone by my mother." After a moment of silence, Yuan said, "Let's take a break." Huh? Meishio raised her eyebrows. Yuan suddenly lowered his body, picked Meishio up, and carried her like a princess. He then hopped onto the Empyrean Overlord and flew into the air with Meishio still in his arms. Meishio subconsciously hugged Yuan's neck when they flew into the air, which reminded her of their first time flying together. "What do you think?" Yuan asked her as they hovered above the dragon spiral mountain. "It's beautiful," she mumbled in a dazed voice. "Meishio, Even if you're behind everyone, it's okay. In fact, you could be the weakest person in this world. I would still want you to be by my side, and that will never change no matter what happens. Meishio was in a daze after hearing Yuan's words, and after a moment of silence, she showed a bashful smile on her beautiful face. Yuan, you're becoming more cheeky. I fear what might happen in the future. See, cheeky? Yuan was speechless. But kiss me. Meishio suddenly interrupted. Yuan halted whatever he wanted to say and immediately kissed her on the lips. After their kiss, Meishio mumbled in a low voice, Yuan, tonight, can you stay with me? Okay. Yuan nodded without hesitation. He quickly finished his final lap around the Dragon Spiral Mountain before flying Meishio back to her room. They entered her room through the balcony, and once inside, Meishio started kissing him again. After a few minutes of passionate kissing, Meishio removed her clothes and dragged Yuan to the bed, where they started to embrace each other shortly after. Sometime later, Meishio fell asleep in her bed without even bothering to clean up or wear her clothes. Yuan wanted to continue his training after embracing Meishio, but he was simply too tired after being squeezed dry by two beautiful women in the same night, so he just fell asleep in the same bed as Meishio. The following morning, Meishio woke up with her body feeling a little sore. She turned to look at Yuan, who was still sleeping peacefully beside her. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. After staring at his face for a few moments, she left the bed without waking him up and went to take a shower. Once she was fully dressed, she woke Yuan up. It's morning. Once Yuan was awake and dressed, Meishio said, I will go prepare breakfast. Okay. Yuan returned to his room, where Chu Liuxiang was still sound asleep. Lulu, it's morning. Yuan decided to wake her up. 5 more minutes, Chu Liuxiang said in a drowsy voice. Sometime later, once breakfast was finished and served, Yuan logged back into Cultivation Online for another day of training. At the end of the day, his Demon Sealing Strike rose another 2 levels, reaching Mastery Level 5, becoming his highest level technique. Near the end of the 3rd day, Yuan suddenly stopped training and took a seat on the ground and closed his eyes. The demon sealers around him quickly noticed the odd aura he was giving off, and when they recognized what was happening, they all stopped their training. The little founder is experiencing enlightenment. When someone is experiencing enlightenment, it was common courtesy for those around that person to stop whatever they were doing so that they wouldn't distract the person having the enlightenment. Furthermore, it was the famous little founder who was experiencing enlightenment. Nobody either wanted to be responsible for distracting Yuan and invoking Yin Hair's fury. And for the next few hours, the entire training area was sealed off by the demon sealers so that Yuan could complete his enlightenment in peace. Demon Sealing Strike. Rank, Heaven, Mastery Level, Max. Chapter 810. Published at 22nd of March, 2022, 6:39 and 6 seconds a.m. Chapter 810. 810 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 810. Min Li's plans the following morning. Yuan woke up earlier than usual and left a note for Chu Liuxiang, telling her that he would not be able to eat breakfast with him today because he had important business within. After putting the note on the table beside the bed, Yuan placed the helmet on his head and appeared inside. When he logged on, he could see Min Li sitting at the table by the window inside their hotel. Good morning. She turned to look at him and said, Good morning. And she continued, Yuan, I have finally decided on what I want to do. Oh, what are your plans? The 7 Spirit Academies will be starting their disciple examination earlier this year because of the sudden influence of people coming from the lower heavens, and I plan on taking it. That sounds like a great idea. Do you know which sect you want to join yet? My number 1 option would definitely be the Heavenly Academy. They have been ranked 1 for the past 10,000 years, and they have produced over 10 Spirit Kings throughout those years. However, I will be satisfied with joining any of the 7 spiritual academies since they're the best of the best in the spirit heaven, and it's incredibly hard to get accepted into any of these places. Even the Universal Music Academy that focuses on music cultivation is better than many top cultivation sects out there. Do you know when the examinations will take place? I would like to be there for you till the end. It might be a very long time until we see each other again, after all. Yes, it will begin in 2 weeks. I see. I will definitely be there. What do you plan on doing until then? I'm going to train near the examination area until then. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. I will leave one of my companions with you just in case anything goes south during your training. Are you okay with that? Oh, really? You don't have to do that for me. Minli said. Yes, I'm sure. Xiaohua, can you stay with Minli for the time being, since it will be dangerous to take you with me to the tournament? Yuan said to her. Xiaohua appeared beside him the next second with a reluctant look on her face. Xiaohua doesn't want to leave brother Yuan alone, she said in a worried voice. You won't be alone. Did you forget about Lan Yingying and myself already? Feng Yuxiang appeared and said, We'll take care of the young master while you're away. But Xiaohua was still reluctant to leave you inside. Listen here, Xiaohua. If you stay with the young master, you'll put him at risk just with your presence alone. Do you want to cause trouble for the young master? Feng Yuxiang asked with a frown on her face. No. Xiaohua lowered her head in a dejected manner. Then you should stop being so selfish and go with Minli for now. We'll see you again as soon as possible. Seeing Xiaohua's dejected mood, Yuan lowered his body and embraced her small body. I will be fine, Xiaohua. Not only will Feng Feng and Yingying be there with me, Senior Yin and many powerful demon sealers will be there with me as well. I also want to take you with me, but as Senior Yin mentioned, there will be many powerful figures there that could expose you, and I don't want you to be in danger. In fact, I would even put your safety above my own. So can you stay with Minli for the time being? When I return, we can play catch again like we used to. Xiaohua immediately lifted her head and stared at him with her big round eyes that were filled with emotion, mostly excitement. Really? Yuan nodded. I promise. Okay, Xiaohua will go with her. Great. Then we'll see you two later. After saying their goodbyes, Yuan left the hotel with Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying. They flew until they were a few miles away from the city. Senior, Yin said I only need my spiritual energy to activate it. Yuan retrieved the red medallion Yanhara had given him and started pouring his spiritual energy into it. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Immediately, the red medallion began emitting a bright crimson light. A few seconds later, the red medallion shattered into countless pieces, dumbfounding Yuan. Did I break it? He swallowed nervously. No, it's activating right now, young master. Feng Yuxiang said to him. The very next moment, a beautiful red portal would appear before Yuan. Once the portal was fully activated, Feng Yuxiang said, You can go inside now, young master. I don't sense anything malicious from it, so it should be okay. Okay, Yuan nodded, but before he entered the portal, he retrieved a mask and wore it. Since he looked exactly like the divine paragon, there would be no doubt that someone there would recognize him, and he didn't want such a spotlight on him when he's surrounded by so many cultivators that were countless times stronger than him. After all, he didn't know if the divine paragon had any enemies before, nor did he want to find out, so he decided to play it safe. When he exited the portal, Yuan was greeted by a starry sky and a massive circular building a few miles in the distance. Just where are we? Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice as he looked around with great interest. It feels like we're in someone's dimension. Feng Yuxiang said. Like Senior Bei's own world? Yuan asked. Yes, just like that. While Yuan admired the scenery that made him feel like he was in space, other people would appear around him. These people would glance at Yuan for a brief moment before scoffing and flying away, treating his existence as though it was insignificant. Young master, you should definitely keep your head down here. Even spirit sovereigns would look like an ant before these people. Feng Yuxiang warned him afterward. He nodded silently. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 811, published at 23rd of March, 2022, 2:36 and 6 seconds AM, Chapter 811. 811 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button and again, Chapter 811. Grand Colosseum. Once he had enough of the scenery, Yuan began making his way towards the large circular building in the distance. While everyone else flew, Yuan used his legs and walked toward his destination. Feng, is there a reason why my spiritual energy isn't stable in this place? This happened when I was teleported to the 5th heaven as well. Yuan decided to ask Feng Yuxiang. That's because you're not used to the atmosphere of this place, young master. The spiritual energy in this place far surpasses anything you've experienced before, and your body needs time to adjust to it, hence why you cannot use your spiritual energy, not to mention your low cultivation base. Low cultivation base, but I'm almost a spirit king. Yuan raised his eyebrows. How can a spirit king be considered having a low cultivation? Being spirit king may be an impressive feat in the lower heavens, but in the upper heavens, it is worthless, and you're no different than a spirit warrior in the lower heaven as a spirit king in the upper heavens. Heavens, why is the cultivation path so long? It's not just long, young master, it's never-ending. Even if you reach the highest known cultivation level, there will always be more levels above that. It is only a matter of who would discover it. Is that so? Just as Yuan was about to ask a question, he was interrupted by a gust of wind. Yuan looked up to see a beautiful woman floating right above him. Looks like you really came, Yenhara said to him with a smile. Of course. Yuan nodded. I hope you'll enjoy the show. I should probably warn you before it starts. You should brace yourself. I wanted you to come here not only to watch the tournament, but also to train you. Train me? Yuan asked. You'll understand soon. Don't lose consciousness or you'll miss the whole thing. Yenhara winked at him before flying towards the building in front of them. Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing Yenhara's words, and he wondered what she was talking about as he approached the building. Once he reached the entrance, he was stopped by a middle-aged man casually sitting by the entrance who asked him, Do you have a pass to get in? Yuan showed a puzzled face behind his mask. You know, the red medallion, you used to come to this place. The middle-aged man explained. Yuan's eyes widened, and he quickly said, that was also a pass. But mine broke the moment I activated it. That's unfortunate. Looks like you cannot enter without a pass. The middle-aged man shook his head. Yuan was speechless. However, before he could say anything else, the middle-aged man suddenly burst out laughing and said, I am only joking with you, kiddo. Who brought you here? It's really uncommon for cultivators of your level to show up for this event. Really? Is there a reason why? Yuan then asked. Why? Obviously, because they cannot handle it. The demon's killing intent, of course. What else? I see, so? Who brought you here? That person must be a sadist or confident in your abilities to bring you here. Senior Yen, Yuan said. Yenhara? She actually brought you here? The middle-aged man expressed surprise after hearing her name. That woman is definitely a sadist. You should watch out, kiddo, he said after a moment of silence. I will. Yuan nodded in a dazed manner. Anyway, you can go take a seat. Since you're only a spirit king, you should take the seat that's the furthest away from the arena, which would be the seats at the end of the Colosseum. I understand. Thank you for the advice. Yuan bowed to the middle-aged man before walking into the Grand Colosseum. His demon-sealing aura is quite ridiculous for someone at his cultivation. Where did Yenhara pick up this monster? He would have been a valuable presence for the demon-sealing clan during the Dark Day. But alas, he was born in the wrong era. The middle-aged man mumbled to himself as he watched Yuan's figure disappear into the Colosseum. Grand Elder Sual, all of the participants have arrived. Someone appeared before the middle-aged man shortly after Yuan left. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. All right. The middle-aged man, surnamed Saw, stood up and disappeared with the other person. Meanwhile, Yuan followed the other demon sealers to the spectators area. Once he arrived, he took a seat all the way towards the end of the Colosseum. This should be good enough, hopefully. I wouldn't be able to move any further back, even if I need to. Yuan sighed inwardly. Sometime later, Yuan noticed 3 figures approaching him from his right. Excuse me, do you mind if we sit here? One of them asked Yuan in a polite voice. No, go ahead. Thank you. Yuan then watched as these three individuals sat down, and he couldn't take his eyes off them for some reason. One of them noticed Yuan staring at them and smiled at him in a friendly manner. Sorry, that was rude of me. Yuan quickly apologized once he realized that had been staring at them. Don't worry, we're used to it as triplets. Triplets? Yuan muttered in a low voice. Two of these three people were beautiful young ladies, while the third person was a handsome young man. And while the two ladies looked almost identical to each other, with the only difference being their hairstyle, the young man also looked very similar to the ladies. Is this your first time to the Grand Colosseum? The lady sitting beside Yuan suddenly asked him. Yes, it is. What about you guys? This is also our first time. We wanted to come last time, but we were only spirit kings at that time, so our family did not allow us to come here. Seeing you here as a spirit king really makes me envious, the lady said, and she continued, Oh, I am Lien Li. The lady sitting beside her sister, Lien said, Lien-san, said the young man. Hello, I'm Yuan. Yuan introduced himself last. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 812, published at 23rd of March, 2022, 5:30 and 11 seconds a.m. Chapter 812. 812 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 812. Leader of the Demon Sealing Clan, Yuan. Huh? Hey, Yuan, can I ask you a question? Lien suddenly asked. Go ahead. He nodded. Then, why are you wearing a mask? Yuan smiled behind his mask and said, I just enjoy wearing masks. It makes me feel safe for some reason. I see. Anyways, who are you cheering for this tournament? There will be 5 Master Demon Sealers participating today. I'm cheering for Senior Yen, he responded without hesitation. Senior Yen? She's a very powerful demon sealer, best of her generation, so I can see why you would cheer for her. However, I would cheer for Senior Saw, who is the grandson of Grand Elder Saw. Not only was he trained by one of the best demon sealers in the entire demon sealing clan, but rumor has it that he's been trained by the current leader as well. Grand Elder Saw? Who is that? Yuan asked. Why, you don't know of the Grand Elders? They're the backbones of the demon sealing clan. Lien exclaimed in a shocked voice after hearing his words. Well, I am relatively new to the demon sealing clan, so I'm not aware of this stuff yet. I'd appreciate it if you could broaden my views. Yuan explained. How'd you get in here if you're new? The triplets looked at him with raised eyebrows. I was invited by Senior Yen. Is that the real reason you're cheering for her? Yuan nodded. Yes, but that's not the only reason. I don't know any of the other participants, so I can only cheer for her. Don't worry, you'll learn about the other participants very soon. Lien said. About 5 minutes later, the rowdy atmosphere suddenly came to a halt, even though nothing seemed to have happened. However, a few moments later, Yuan could see 3 individuals appearing out of thin air, and they hovered above the Colosseum. When the spectators there saw these figures, they all stood up and bowed to them. Greetings, Leader Qian and Grand Elders. Leader? Yuan raised his eyebrows. He wondered if the current leader of the Demon Sealing Clan was amongst these 3 individuals. That middle-aged man? Yuan also recognized the middle-aged man that teased him at the entrance. The handsome young man, standing in the center of the group, raised his hand and calmly waved it. Sit, almost as though his words were backed by a magic force. Everyone in the Colosseum sat down the next second. That's probably the leader of the Demon Sealing Clan, Yuan thought to himself as he sat down. Once everyone was seated, these 3 people took a seat in a special area within the spectators' area. The handsome young man sat in the middle on a beautiful throne made out of some kind of red jade, while the other 2 sat beside him. A few moments later, 5 more figures appeared on the platform in the middle of the Colosseum. Yenhara was amongst them. Greetings, Leader Qian and Grand Elders. The 5 participants bowed to them in a respectful manner. The handsome man, who looked only to be in his mid-20s, stood up from his throne and spoke in a calm voice. Welcome back to the Demon Sealing Tournament. I, the 8th leader of the Demon Sealing clan, Qian Shu, shall oversee this year's tournament alongside Grand Elder Saw of the Demon Sealing clan and Grand Elderson of the Demon Sealing Grotto. Our participants this year will be... Qian Shu purposefully did not finish a sentence to allow the participants to introduce themselves. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Suarangan of the Demon Sealing clan. A handsome young man stepped forward and introduced himself in a clear and confident voice. Jiang Zia of the Demon Sealing Grotto. A middle-aged man introduced himself next. Yen Hara of the Demon Sealing clan. Yen Hara stepped forward and gracefully bowed towards Qian Shu's direction. Zhu Ti of the Demon Sealing Grotto. An old man with a mixture of black and white hair said next. Shen Yu of the Demon Sealing Grotto. A beautiful woman with looks that almost rivaled Yen Hara's appearance was the last to introduce herself. Once all participants introduced themselves, Qian Shu continued to speak. Today, these 5 Master Demon Sealers will participate in the Demon Sealing Tournament and compete against each other to become the next Supreme Demon Sealer. Within the Demon Sealing clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto that has over 500,000 members, there are less than 20 Supreme Demon Sealers combined, so you can imagine the prestige this title carries. However, only one of you will be able to become a Supreme Demon Sealer at the end of this tournament. Are you guys ready? Qian Shu asked the 5 participants as his sharp gaze stared at them. Yes. They all responded simultaneously. Then let's get this event started, Qian Shu said before sitting back on his throne. The moment Qian Shu sat down, Grand Elder Saw stood up and shouted, "Activate the formations." Once the formation experts heard Grand Elder Sua's voice, they immediately activated the formation, creating a powerful barrier around the platform, protecting the spectators and preventing the participants from leaving at the same time. The formations are activated. A voice resounded a few moments later. Upon hearing this, Qian Shu suddenly flicked his sleeves, and a black flag with a red symbol on a golden pole flew out of his sleeves and landed in the middle of the platform. This flag was wrapped, and there appeared to be something restrained by the flag. When Yuan saw this flag, he felt a chill run down his spine, and his blood began boiling, almost as though it was reacting to the flag. The flag slowly unwrapped itself after landing, revealing to the spectators what it had been restricting: a demon. Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he saw the demon, as it did not give him the feeling of an artificial demon. The demon. It's a real demon. They're going to use a real demon for this event. This is insane. Yuan cried inwardly when he realized that they would be using a real demon for the tournament. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 813, published at 24th of March, 2022, 5:30 and 6 seconds a.m. Chapter 813. 813 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 813. Real Demon Emperor Yuan nearly jumped out of his seat when he realized that they were going to use a real demon instead of an artificial demon during this event. This is pure insanity. What if something goes wrong and the demon escapes? That would be catastrophic, he cried inwardly. However, the other people there had a different response. Wow, what a strong-looking demon. What rank do you think it is? Lien Air mumbled to herself, clearly more intrigued than terrified of its existence. It should be at least a demon general, right? Lien Li said. It's hard to tell since the demon has its aura restrained by those red chains, but I doubt it would be anything lesser than a demon general. After all, this is also an exam for these Master Demon Sealers. Liensen responded. Once the demon was revealed, Qian Shu spoke in a clear voice. The first one to seal or kill this demon will become the next Supreme Demon Sealer. I will remove the final seals on the demon in 10 seconds. The 5 participants quickly spread out and surrounded the demon. Even though they were competing against each other, they also knew how risky it was to try and fight the demon alone. Their best option at the moment would be to fight the demon together and slowly seal the demon, saving their energy before trying to get the last hit. While everyone waited for the 10 seconds to pass, the demon used this time to analyze its surroundings and situation. A bunch of lowly humans dare to use this one for entertainment? I will tear all of your limbs and drink your blood for this offense. The demon showed a malicious smile on its face, and it did not seem worried even in the slightest despite its seemingly hopeless situation. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and Qianchu waved his sleeves when the 10 seconds were up, removing the red chains that had been suppressing the demon's power this entire time. The second the red chains disappeared, the demon released a deafening roar, and an immensely powerful aura erupted from its body, sweeping the place with intense killing intent that immediately shocked the spectators. When Yuan felt the killing intent for the first time, his body froze from shock, and he even lost his ability to breathe. What is this killing intent? What is this bloodthirsty aura? I have never experienced anything like this before. Yuan cried inwardly, and he could feel his instincts screaming at him to run away from the scene as soon as possible. It felt like he was before the Grim Reaper itself, and that death was right in front of him. However, he resisted such urges and even bit on his lips until it began bleeding, using pain to keep himself sane. Are you okay? Lian Air noticed Yuan's condition and asked him despite being affected by the demon's killing intent herself, as her whole body was shivering nonstop. Why, yes, he responded in a mosquito-like voice. While under this intense stress that challenged him mentally and physically, pushing him to his limits, something began changing within Yuan. Meanwhile, the 5 participants immediately began their assault on the demon the second it was released from its bindings. They all released their demon sealing technique simultaneously at the demon, but the demon quickly reacted and used a movement technique to dodge it. However, it was unable to dodge all of the demon sealer's attack, only successfully dodging 3 of them. Demon sealing pulse. Yenhara pushed her palm forward, sending a powerful wave of demon sealing aura at the demon, hitting it directly in its chest and blowing a hole in its body. The demon, of course, healed its wound almost immediately, and it didn't seem to be affected by the demon sealing aura. Yenhara did not panic at the result and continued her assault on the demon with the other demon sealers. Before a minute has even passed, the 5 demon sealers managed to hit the demon with over a dozen demon sealing techniques. Yet the demon continued to move around as though it was unaffected by demon sealing aura. This demon is definitely a demon emperor. Lian Air sighed, and she continued, if not for the leader's presence, I would be too scared to even stay here and watch this. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. This is the prowess of a real demon emperor? Yuan thought to himself, still struggling to keep calm while enduring the demon's intense aura. Although the demon's killing intent was very powerful, it was actually not something Yuan couldn't handle. Instead, it was the demon's cultivation aura that Yuan couldn't endure. He was only a spirit lord while the demon was most likely above spirit sovereign. It was at a level that he didn't even have knowledge of, and it could be considered a miracle that he was remaining conscious even under such intense pressure. Ah, I am not the one entertaining you humans. It's the other way around. Continue to entertain me, and I will allow you to live a little longer. The Demon Emperor laughed out loud as it continued to eat up demon sealing techniques without any fear in its eyes. A few minutes later, the Demon Emperor eventually got bored of being attacked, so it started attacking the demon sealers. Bloody impalement. The Demon Emperor's body suddenly shot out hundreds of arm-sized needles made out of its own blood like a grenade, sending these needles all over the place. The 5 demon sealers immediately halted their offense and went into defense, trying their best to deflect these needles, but they were not able to remain unscathed at the end, suffering above minor injuries. Is that all you've got? It appears to me that demon sealers have gotten much weaker since that bastard's death. The demon emperor laughed out loud. Shut up. The divine paragon was never confirmed dead. He's still missing. Yen Hara rebuked. Whatever makes you sleep at night, human. The demon emperor turned to look at her with a mocking grin on its face. The stench of demons, it never changes. Lien Air turned to look at Yuan when she heard him mumbling something. Huh? What did you just say? Although it might just be her, she felt that something was off about Yuan, like something about him had suddenly changed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 814, published at 25th of March, 2022, 9:09 and 7 seconds a.m. Chapter 814. 814 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 814. Demon Sealing Flag Yuan turned to look at Lien Air and responded in a calm voice. It's nothing. Oh, can you tell me about the current leader of the Demon Sealing clan? The leader? Lien Air was slightly taken aback by his weird question that had nothing to do with the current event. Well, what do you want to know about him? Despite shivering all over her body, Lien Air wanted to remain respectful and decided to entertain him. Any information is fine. Just tell me everything you know about him. Yuan said. He's no longer trembling? Did he already adapt to the Demon Emperor's aura? No, that's not possible. He's only a spirit lord, and it has only been a few minutes since the event started. Just how is he doing it? Lien Li wondered to herself as she watched their conversation. Yuan, who had been terrified out of his mind just moments ago, suddenly appeared to be completely fine under the Demon Emperor's aura. Lien Li looked around her at the other spectators, and sure enough, most of them were still trying to adapt to the Demon Emperor's ridiculous aura. So how is a spirit lord like Yuan completely fine? Lien Sen also noticed Yuan's odd state and thought to himself, he's not an ordinary demon sealer. No wonder why a spirit lord like him dared to come to this place. While her siblings wondered about Yuan's identity, Lien Air spoke. I don't actually know that much about the leader, so sorry in advance if I wasn't of any help. Anyways, the current leader is, as you already know, the 8th leader of the Demon Sealing clan. He's been with the Demon Sealing clan for over 100,000 years, and he took over the clan after the previous leader died in an accident. As for his qualifications, he has sealed over 20 demons and killed 7 demons, making him the most experienced demon sealer in the clan. He became a master demon sealer after spending just a little over 1,000 years in the Demon Sealing clan. A supreme demon sealer 5,000 years later, and he went on to become the leader of the clan about 10,000 years later, becoming the youngest leader of the Demon Sealing clan in history. Because of him, the declining Demon Sealing clan also regained some of its strength, so the Grand Elders rewarded him with the Demon Sealing flag, one of the most powerful demon sealing treasures out there that was once used by the divine paragon himself. Do you see that black and red flag by his side? That's the Demon Sealing flag, one of 3 demon sealing treasures that was once owned by the divine paragon. Rumor has it that the divine paragon has sealed over 1,000 demons with it. The Demon Sealing flag, huh? A mysterious smile appeared on Yuan's face as he looked at the majestic flag standing proudly beside Qianshu. Where are the other 2 treasures? Yuan asked next. I'm not really sure since they always keep its whereabouts a secret, but rumor has it that the Demon Sealing Grotto has them. Lien Air said. The Demon Sealing Grotto. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Lien Air nodded. When some of the most trusted demon sealers left the Demon Sealing clan and created the Demon Sealing Grotto, they took with them one of the divine paragon's treasures. As for the second one, I was told that the Demon Sealing clan had to surrender it to the Demon Sealing Grotto during its lowest point when it was on the brink of destruction in order to save the clan. However, these are just rumors without any solid evidence to support it, so you shouldn't consider them to be true. Yuan released a low sigh after hearing such information. How the Demon Sealing Clan has fallen. Although I didn't really care about the Demon Sealing Clan even up to my death, it still leaves a bitter taste in my mouth knowing that something I personally built is slowly being destroyed. Yuan sighed inwardly. After being pressured past his limits by the Demon Emperor's aura, Yuan's memories as the Divine Paragon resurfaced, as did his personality as the Divine Paragon. So one can say that it was the Divine Paragon's consciousness that is currently awake in Yuan's body. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. The Demon Sealing Clan is no longer what it once was, so why did you decide to join the clan? You would have been better off joining the Demon Sealing Grotto that is much stronger nowadays. Yuan suddenly asked her. Lian smiled and quickly responded without hesitation. That's simple. Like most demon sealers nowadays, I joined the Demon Sealing Clan not for its strength, but for its legacy and history. The Demon Sealing Clan is neither a faction nor a sect, so its prowess really doesn't matter to me. I'm satisfied with being part of something that made a difference in the world. Without the Demon Sealing Clan and the Divine Paragon, I doubt we would be living so peacefully right now, much less using a Demon Emperor for entertainment. A gentle smile appeared behind his mask after hearing Lian words, and he no longer asked her any more questions. Instead, he turned his attention to the Demon Emperor that appeared to be toying with the 5 Master Demon Sealers. They won't win against this Demon Emperor. Yuan suddenly mumbled in a low voice that could only be heard by the triplets. Huh? What do you mean? They all turned to look at him with raised eyebrows. If they continue like this, they're all going to die. All 5 of them. Yuan said. How is that possible? All of the Demon Sealers in the arena are Master Demon Sealers. They're the best of the best within their rank. There's no way they'd all lose to a single demon, right? Lian asked. You guys are underestimating the prowess of a Demon Emperor. That thing, it's just toying with him right now. Once it gets serious, only the Grand Elders and the 8th leader can handle it. Yuan said to them. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 815, published at 25th of March, 2022, 6:27 and 13 seconds p.m. Chapter 815. 815 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Chapter 815. Blood Sphere. We're underestimating the Demon Emperor? You sound like you have encountered one before. They looked at Yuan with raised eyebrows. I guess you can say that. A smile appeared behind his mask. Well, I believe in them. They will definitely defeat the demon. Lian said. However, just as she said those words, the Demon Emperor suddenly released a deafening roar that shook the entire Colosseum. Yuan and the triplets immediately turned to look at the scene, and the Demon Emperor had suddenly grown a pair of bloody wings. Furthermore, the Demon Emperor grew in size, becoming twice as large compared to just mere moments ago. Of course, its size was not the only thing that grew, as its killing intent and bloodthirsty aura also increased exponentially. This shocked not only the spectators, but the fighters as well. None of them had expected the Demon Emperor to hide this much strength for so long. What's wrong, humans? Cold feet? How about I warm them up for you? The Demon Emperor suddenly flew into the sky and began channeling its energy at a rapid rate. When the fighters saw how much energy it was gathering, they immediately began preparing their defenses, as there was no way that they'd be able to stop the Demon Emperor in time. Hellrain. The Demon Emperor laughed out loud as it created countless weapons in the sky before sending them at the fighters. The 5 Demon Sealers in the arena immediately used their treasures to defend against the strike, and some of them even prepared their life-saving treasures just in case their defenses failed. The spectators gasped in shock as they watched countless weapons rain upon the 5 fighters, enveloping their entire figures. They all turned to look at Qian Shu, who had a calm expression on his face, and when they saw his expression, the spectators also calmed down. Sure enough, the fighters broke through the sea of weapons and flew into the air shortly after, but they appeared to be heavily injured, and their bodies were filled with holes and cuts. However, despite their seemingly awful conditions, these injuries were not even close to life-threatening for these powerful cultivators. Although they didn't have the demon's ridiculous ability to regenerate a whole body in seconds, they could easily heal these minor injuries with their spiritual energy. After recovering from the demon emperor's assault, the 5 fighters continued their assault on the demon. This time, the 5 master demon sealers stopped trying to be selfish and started using all of their tricks and resources to deal with the demon emperor, allowing them to push it back. "See? They are fine," Lianair said after witnessing this. Yuan didn't respond and continued to watch them. However, he lost interest after a while and turned to look at Qian-Chu, who was still sitting on his throne with a calm expression. There was just something about Qian-Chu that didn't feel right to him, but he couldn't pinpoint the reason, mostly because he doesn't know Qian-Chu very well. A few minutes later, when it seemed like the master demon sealers were on the verge of sealing the demon emperor began laughing. "Truly pathetic. I gave you 10 whole minutes, yet this is the best you can do?" The demon emperor mocked the fighters with a look of disdain on its face. Afterward, it raised its right hand into the air. What is it trying to do now? Yanhara wondered to herself as she watched the demon emperor. This is her first time seeing such an ability, and it was giving her an ominous feeling. The other master demon sealers felt the same way. "We cannot let it finish whatever it is trying to do. Let's forget about the tournament and just kill it," Su Orangan said to the other 4 fighters, who agreed with him. Once they were prepared, all 5 fighters surrounded the demon emperor before unleashing their strongest demon sealing technique. Too slow, the demon emperor suddenly shouted, and what appeared to be a ball of blood appeared on its palm. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Blood Sphere. The demon emperor muttered in a low voice, and before any of the demon sealers could even react, the ball of blood expanded in size countless times until it swallowed the entire arena and all of the fighters inside, blocking the spectators from seeing the situation. What the hell did it just do?" Lianli exclaimed in a puzzled voice. "Blood Sphere. It's a containment technique that essentially creates an area that restricts anyone inside from leaving. And while inside this sphere, the demon's strength is increased several folds. This is a technique that can only be used by demon emperors, and they only use it when they're going to fight seriously." Yuan explained to them, and he continued, "It's over for the demon sealers. They won't survive even a few minutes inside the blood sphere." "In no way. What about the leader? Shouldn't he stop the tournament and seal the demon before things get out of hand?" Lianair quickly became nervous for the 5 demon sealers. "Who knows?" Yuan shrugged. He then turned to look at the demon sealing flag that was still fluttering beside Qian-Chu and narrowed his eyes. "I will only be able to save one of you with this." The very next moment, the demon sealing flag that had been standing still this entire time suddenly began trembling. When Qian-Chu noticed this anomaly, he turned to look at it with a puzzled gaze. However, before he could even do anything, the demon sealing flag suddenly flew out of his hands and towards the arena. It easily pierced a hole in the blood sphere and entered the demon emperor's territory. Qian-Chu stood up with a look of surprise on his face after seeing this, and he immediately began looking around with a deep frown on his face. Who is commanding my demon sealing flag without my permission?" He roared inwardly. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 816, published at 26th of March, 2022, 7:16 and 47 seconds a.m. Chapter 816. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 816. Eventually, after realizing that someone was using his demon sealing flag without permission, Qian-Chu immediately began looking for the culprit. Qian-Chu quickly noticed a particular figure amongst the spectators, as he was the only person in the entire Colosseum to be wearing a mask. However, when Qian Chu realized that Yuan was only a peak spirit lord, he immediately ruled Yuan out as the culprit. After all, there was no way that some random spirit lord would be able to command the demon sealing flag, much less control it so flawlessly. After he received the demon sealing flag, the time it took him to control the treasure was longer than the time it took him to become the 8th leader of the demon sealing clan since the moment he joined the clan. It took him almost 30,000 years of sweat and effort to control the demon sealing flag, which is twice as long as it took him to become the 8th leader, so it would only be natural for him to rule Yuan out as the culprit. If a mere spirit lord could control the demon sealing flag, it would make a mockery out of his 30,000 years of effort. Once Qian Chu ruled out Yuan as the culprit, he immediately returned to looking for the culprit, completely ignoring the situation between the Demon Emperor and the fighters. Meanwhile, inside the Blood Sphere, right after being trapped inside, Yanhara and the others tried to break the blood barrier, but quickly realized that was impossible. None of you will be leaving my Blood Sphere alive today. The Demon Emperor laughed at their attempts to escape. Don't panic. The Grand Elders and the Demon Sealing Clan's leader are still watching us. They won't let us die. Yanhara said to the others when she noticed the worried looks on their faces. Yanhara's words worked perfectly, as the others immediately calmed down after being reminded that they were not alone. You foolish demon. If we dared to release you, it means we are confident in sealing you away whenever we want. You demons might have ruled the 9 heavens before, but time has changed. Demons are no longer a threat, and cultivators nowadays are far stronger than before. You demons wouldn't survive this era even if the Divine Paragon isn't here. Suorangan said out loud. However, instead of being provoked, the Demon Emperor laughed out loud and said, "The world may be different nowadays, but you demon sealers are definitely much weaker than before. Also, you should stop taking others' credit." Suorangan frowned and said, "Huh? The fuck are you talking about? How am I stealing others' credit? Do you really think humans defeated us, demons, back then? Negative. We didn't lose to humanity. We lost to a monster, the bane of demons, Divine Paragon." Although his demon sealing techniques are annoying and have the ability to seal us, the techniques alone would not be enough to defeat us. Sure, there were a few prominent human cultivators that managed to kill a couple of demons back then, but they were all insignificant when compared to the Divine Paragon's achievement. Alone, he slaughtered more demons than all of humanity combined. Therefore, you should stop acting like demons are defeated by humans. It was a monster that defeated us, a single one. The Demon Emperor's voice sounded a little shaky when speaking about the Divine Paragon. The demon sealers were left speechless by the Demon Emperor's words. And before they could respond, the Demon Emperor continued to speak with a mysterious smile on its face. However, now that the Divine Paragon is dead, it will only be a matter of time before demons rule the 9 heavens again. That will never happen. Demons are almost extinct. Even if you gathered all of the demons that are still alive in this world, the best you would be able to do is run. Zhang Zia exclaimed. The Demon Emperor started laughing again. Sure, there may only be a few demons left in this world, but let me ask you this, visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Where do we demons come from? None of the demon sealers were able to answer the Demon Emperor's question, so they remained silent. I will give you a hint. The demonic realm. Are you saying that more demons will come from the demonic realm? That's impossible. The Divine Paragon sealed it. Yanhara exclaimed. The keyword is sealed. The Demon Emperor smiled. Once a demon is sealed, do they remain sealed forever? No, they will eventually break out of their seal. Even if it might take them 10 million years to do so, the seal is not permanent. If you truly want to get rid of a demon, you must destroy us. As for the demonic realm, it was only sealed, not destroyed, and even the Divine Paragon was not able to destroy it. So there will be a day when that seal goes away, and when that happens, the 9 heavens will be ruled by demons once again. Upon hearing the Demon Emperor's words, Yanhara refuted. Even if the demonic realm is unsealed one day, it won't matter. The divine paragon killed most of the demons within the demonic realm before sealing it. And as far as I'm aware, you demons cannot procreate, so there won't be more demons as time passes. Were you inside the demonic realm with the divine paragon? Did you witness him killing the demons inside? I don't think so. And while it's true that we cannot reproduce, the demon emperor suddenly showed them a chilling smile. There are actually ways for us to increase our numbers. What? Yenhara and the others were terrified to hear such information. If what the demon emperor said was true, it would be catastrophic for the 9 heavens once the demonic realm is unsealed. The divine paragon sealed the demonic realm many millions years ago, so the demons would have plenty of time to increase their numbers. Don't think too much about it. You'll all be dead very shortly, after all. The demon emperor began approaching the 5 demon sealers with a bloodthirsty smile on its face. Chapter 817, published at 26th of March, 2022, 7:16 and 48 seconds a.m. Chapter 817. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 817. Bloody carnage when the demon emperor began approaching them. Yenhara and the other 4 demon sealings immediately readied their treasures to fight it. However, the demon emperor sealed their movements before they could even move with a sudden outburst of killing intent that surpassed anything it had released before. While killing intent normally paralyzes those affected by it most of the time, if strong enough, one could even kill another using purely just killing intent, as there's only so much stress and pressure one's heart could endure before something goes horribly wrong. When the 5 demon sealers experienced the demon emperor's intense killing intent, they all coughed up a mouthful of blood, and their instincts screamed for them to run away, but their bodies did not listen to their commands, almost as though their connections had been severed by their fear of the demon emperor. Today, I shall let you experience despair and death, the demon emperor said to them before taking a deep breath. Bloody carnage. After uttering these chilling words, the demon emperor suddenly exploded into a bloody mess, shocking the demon sealers. However, the demon emperor did not regenerate like it normally would. Instead, it would form into a ball of blood that hovered in the air. Although the demon sealers had no idea what the demon emperor was trying to do, they had a very bad feeling about it. It was at this moment a hole opened up in the blood sphere, and a red and black flag flew inside, landing right beside Yenhara. Wah! Before she could even wonder what the demon sealing flag was doing there, the demon sealing flag wrapped its flag around her body. What's going on? Hey! Yenhara subconsciously began struggling to break free, but it was no use, as the demon sealing flag had completely restrained her. The other 4 demon sealers were left dumbfounded by this sudden event, but they had no time to ponder about it, as the demon emperor would strike a moment later. The ball of blood that had been hovering about 25 meters away from the demon sealers suddenly began expanding exponentially. In just mere seconds, the ball of blood had expanded over 10 times until it covered almost the entire arena. The demon sealers beside Yenhara immediately rushed to the end of the blood sphere and tried to break out. Whatever the demon emperor was up to, they did not want to be part of it. But the blood sphere was incredibly durable, and not even their strongest treasures could create a hole in the wall of blood that confined them. Leader, help us! Leader Qian. Jiangxia, who belonged to the demon sealing grotto, screamed out loud for help. I quit. Get me out of here. If any of us dies here today, the demon sealing grotto will not let this go. Zhu Ti, who was also part of the demon sealing grotto, also screamed for Qianshu's help. However, there was no response from the Grand Elders or Qianshu. Outside the blood sphere, Elderson looked at Qianshu with a frown and spoke. There's something wrong. We should stop this event and restrain the demon emperor before someone gets hurt or worse, die. Qianshu, who was still looking for the person who used the demon sealing flag, stopped and looked at Elderson with a calm yet sharp gaze. Of course, we can stop the event. However, that would mean the demon sealing grotto is not confident in their own demon sealers. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. The frown on Elderson's face grew deeper, and he responded, "And you believe that the demon sealing clan's demon sealer would be able to defeat that demon emperor?" Qian Chu smiled. "I wouldn't have allowed them to participate if I wasn't confident in their abilities." Elderson continued to stare at Qian Chu for a few more seconds before turning to look at the blood sphere with a contemplating face. "I will stop the event," Qian Chu suddenly said. But as he began moving towards the blood sphere, Elderson spoke, "Wait." And he continued, "Let's wait a little longer before we make any move. They have plenty of life-saving treasures, so they won't die even against the Demon Emperor." Qian Chu didn't say anything else and returned to his seat. Meanwhile, inside the blood sphere, the demon sealers were desperately crying for help. "Damn it, why are none of my teleport talismans working?" Shen Yu of the demon sealing grotto exclaimed in a stressed tone when her talismans failed to activate no matter how much spiritual energy she poured into them. "It must be due to this damn thing containing us. We need to get out of here as soon as possible," Jiang Zia said. "Continue attacking the wall. I don't believe that we cannot break through," Su Orengan shouted. "Fuck, Qian Chu, what the fuck are you doing? Hurry up and save us." Zhu Ti cursed out loud. "This must be a trap the demon sealing clan has set for us. I knew we couldn't trust these bastards." Shen Yu began shedding tears due to their situation. "That's bullshit. If this is a trap, then what am I doing here? There's also Yenhara, and a leader wouldn't do such a thing." Su Orengan refuted her claims and defended Qian Chu's honor. After all, why would the demon sealing clan sacrifice two of their most talented master demon sealers just to kill 3 people from the demon sealing grotto? Although the demon sealing clan and the demon sealing grotto's relationship has worsened lately, it wasn't at the point where the leader of the demon sealing clan would sacrifice his own people to get back at the demon sealing grotto. At least it shouldn't. I don't care what you say. The demon sealing grotto will... Before Shun, you could even finish her sentence. The ball of blood that was now the size of Small Mountain suddenly exploded, sending millions of small but deadly projectiles all over the arena, with each of these projectiles deadly enough to kill a spirit king instantly. Chapter 818, published at 27th of March, 2022, 8:09 and 10 seconds a.m. Chapter 818. 818 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 818. Final nail in the coffin when the Demon Emperor suddenly exploded with countless deadly projectiles. The 4 demon sealers could only rely on their life-saving treasures to save their lives. Fortunately for them, their life-saving treasures did not require manual activation, and it would activate automatically when it senses danger for the holder. Right before the projectiles would hit the demon sealers, their life-saving treasures activated, shielding them from the projectiles. Tens of thousands of tiny yet sharp needle-shaped projectiles clashed with the demon sealers' life-saving treasures. The demon sealers released a sigh of relief when they realized that their life-saving treasures had activated just in time. But when they noticed cracks appearing on their life-saving treasures, they would suck in a breath of cold air, and they prayed inwardly that the life-saving treasures would endure the abuse. A painful cry suddenly resounded, causing the demon sealers to subconsciously look at the direction. To their shock, Zhu Ti's life-saving treasure had shattered, and his body was riddled with tiny holes. However, despite sustaining such a grievous injury, Zhu Ti's second life-saving treasure activated just in time, preventing him from instant death. Unfortunately, his second life-saving treasure would not last long, and the other demon sealers were too busy defending themselves to help him. In the end, Zhu Ti of the demon sealing grotto falls lifelessly onto the ground. "Qian Chu, I swear to God, you will pay for this." Jiang Zia released a deafening roar after witnessing his friend's death. As for Yenhara, she was completely unharmed due to the demon sealing flag protecting her. In fact, the Demon Emperor's attacks ignored her completely. Because of the Demon Sealing Flag's presence and divine aura, the Demon Emperor feared that it would only harm itself by touching it, as the projectiles were essentially its own body. Once the Demon Emperor's assault ended and there were no more projectiles to shoot, the projectiles that had been released began gathering again, quickly returning to being a ball of blood. Soon, the Demon Emperor launched a second wave of bloody carnage, destroying the Demon Sealer's exhausted life-saving treasures. Though, just like Zhu Ti, they had more than one life-saving treasure, allowing them to survive once again. However, the Demon Emperor did not stop and continued to launch attacks on the Demon Sealers. The Demon Sealers were frustrated and filled with despair, but there was nothing they could do in this situation. They could barely protect their own lives, so it was impossible to try and stop the Demon Emperor. Even if they could attack the Demon Emperor, they were clearly not capable of defeating it. Therefore, these Demon Sealers could only wait for rescue, while their life-saving treasures quickly disappear one after another. A minute later, Xinyu ran out of life-saving treasures after her fourth one broke. She turned to look at the other two with a pleading gaze. "Please, help me. That was my last life-saving treasure." Sorry, but this is also my last one." Jiang Zia turned his head to avoid eye contact. Su Orangan didn't even say anything and acted like he didn't hear her. Seeing this, Xinyu turned around and began banging on the bloody wall with all of her strength. "Help me, Elder Tsin, please. I don't want to die here." Unfortunately, before she could even finish her sentence, the Demon Emperor launched its fifth attack. Xinyu's body would fall onto the ground the next moment, her body filled with holes. Fuck! 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 Why is this happening?" Jiang Zia began cursing and crying at the same time. He could have never expected such a dreadful situation would occur when he signed up for this tournament. In fact, he didn't even know that he would be fighting a Demon Emperor until the moment it was revealed to him. Visit Me for extra chapters. The last tournament only required the previous participants to fight a Demon General. So why did they have to fight a Demon Emperor? It didn't make any sense. When Jiang Zia saw that the Demon Emperor was preparing for its next attack, he released a low sigh, as his last life-saving treasure was on the verge of being destroyed. His hope for survival quickly diminished until there was none left, and he turned to look at Su Orangan with a calm expression. "Congratulations. The Demon Sealing Clan has just secured the final nail in its own coffin. Once the Demon Sealing Grotto learns of our death, they will finally have a reason to remove the Demon Sealing Clan once and for all." Su Orangan did not respond to Jiang Zia's words, mostly because he was too focused on the Demon Emperor to actually hear Jiang Zia's words properly. The next moment, Jiang Zia would also fall to the Demon Emperor's attack when his final life-saving treasure was destroyed. Meanwhile, outside the Blood Sphere, Grand Elderton could no longer ignore the unpleasant feeling in his guts and said, "That's it. Stop the event. Something is clearly wrong here." "All right." Qian Chu did not refuse. They stood up the next moment and flew into the arena together. When Grand Elder saw this, he followed them. The spectators then watched as Qian Chu and the Grand Elders worked together to tear a hole in the Blood Sphere. While they worked on destroying the Blood Sphere, Qian Chu would try to command the Demon Sealing Flag to return to him, but alas, it would not listen to him for some reason. Although he did not show it on his face, Qian Chu was incredibly frustrated by this. Scatter. Qian Chu used his anger to strike the Blood Sphere, instantly tearing it wide open, allowing everyone to see the situation inside again. However, when the spectators saw the scene and the corpses inside the arena, they all gasped in shock, clearly filled with disbelief. Grand Elderton immediately fumed with anger when he realized that all three members of the Demon Sealing Grotto were dead, but he didn't start pointing fingers just yet, as there was a bigger problem at hand: the Demon Emperor. "Once this is over, I demand an explanation, Qian Chu." Grand Elderton roared at him before flying straight at the Demon Emperor that was preparing its sixth strike. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 819, published at 27th of March, 2022, 2:09 and 12 seconds p.m. Chapter 819. 819. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 819. Blood separation. Qianchu didn't show any reactions to Grand Elder Sin's words, and he focused on the Demon Emperor that was ready to release its next attack. Demon Sealing Formation. Grand Elder Sua suddenly created a massive formation around the arena just in time, halting the Demon Emperor's attack for a brief moment. During this moment, Grand Elder Sin retrieved his treasure that radiated with demon sealing aura. "Bastard! How dare you kill my people?" He shouted in anger as he unleashed a devastating attack that sliced the ball of blood in half. The next second, the Demon Emperor regenerated until it returned to its original state, and it lifted its head to look at Grand Elder Sin and the others. "I don't know what went through your heads that made you believe it would be a good idea to set me free, but I must thank you for releasing me," the Demon Emperor said to them with a calm smile on its face. "If I restrained you once, I can do it again." Qianchu responded, "I'd like to see you try." The Demon Emperor released a powerful roar that shook the entire Colosseum, and its body began burning red, almost like it had just came out of a forge. Furthermore, its bloody wings made a complete transformation, turning into two large and long crystal shards. The Demon Emperor's bizarre transformation baffled the spectators, as they have never seen such a sight before. What in heaven's name is that appearance? I didn't know demons can do that." Lien Air muttered in a dazed voice, and her body that had recently calmed down started trembling in fear again. Yuan responded almost instantly. "Those two red shards in its back are its demon crystal." "What? Why are they so huge? They're usually only the size of a fist-sized rock," Lien Li exclaimed. Demon Emperors are almost an entirely different entity, even when compared to other demons. "I'm actually surprised that the 8th leader managed to restrain this demon with his power," Yuan said. In his mind, he was wondering if the Demon Emperor had allowed Qianchu to restrain it on purpose for some reason. "Pointless." Qianchu spoke in a low voice before retrieving a black sword with red engravings on its blade. Demon Sealing Strike. Qianchu's movements were so quick that nobody in the spectators had managed to see it with their eyes, and before anyone could even realize what had happened, the Demon Emperor's body disintegrated into countless pieces until there was nothing left. The people there were left speechless by how easily Qianchu had managed to dispose of the Demon Emperor. As expected of the Demon Sealing Clan's #1 genius, he killed the Demon Emperor so easily. The spectators began praising Qianchu afterward. "That was my first time seeing someone combine demon sealing aura with sword chi so efficiently. It's so powerful." Lien Air's face showed admiration for Qianchu after witnessing his prowess. However, while everyone celebrated, Yuan shook his head inwardly. What an idiot. He then stood up and began leaving the Colosseum. "Hey, where are you going?" Lien Air asked him when she noticed him leaving. "The event is done, so I have no reason to stay, and I am a little hungry," Yuan said to her before disappearing from their sights. Grand Elder Sin descended in front of the deceased demon sealer from the demon sealing grotto after Qianchu dealt with the Demon Emperor, and he would stare at their lifeless bodies and their destroyed life-saving treasures with a dazed face. "If I had intervened sooner, perhaps you might still be alive. I should have listened to my guts earlier." It was at this moment the demon sealing flag released Yanhara, who immediately began panicking. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. However, when she couldn't see the Demon Emperor anywhere and saw the situation, she sighed in relief. Thank you, leader, for saving my life," Yanhara said to him, as she was shocked to see 3 corpses right beside her, mistaking Qianchu to be her savior, which was a logical thought, since he owned the demon sealing flag that protected her. As for Suorangan, had also managed to survive because of the superior life-saving treasures his family and Grand Elder Suo gave him. Although the other fighters had no idea that they would be fighting a demon emperor, Suorangan, who was Grand Elder Suo's grandson, had such information, allowing him to prepare in advance. Qianchu didn't say anything and merely nodded his head. He suspected Yin Hara to be the culprit at first, but after seeing her condition, he ruled her out. Who would dare steal my demon sealing flag just to save her? Qianchu wondered to himself afterward. Once the place calmed down, Grand Elderson turned to look at Qianchu and said, "You will be hearing from the demon sealing grotto soon." He disappeared from the Colosseum shortly after, taking with him the 3 demon sealers' corpses. Meanwhile, a couple of miles away from the Grand Colosseum, Yuan stopped walking when he sensed something. "Come out. You may be able to fool those idiots, but I can smell your stench from miles away." Yuan said out loud despite it being empty there. There was no response. Yuan sighed and tried again. "I know that you're extremely vulnerable right now because you just used blood separation, but as you can see, I am only a spirit lord. You can easily kill me if you want to. I just want to talk." After a moment of silence, Yuan shook his head. "Guess he'll just go ahead and let the others know that you're still alive." He turned around and began walking back to the Colosseum. But before he could even take 3 steps, Yuan suddenly tilted his head to the right, avoiding a red projectile that shot right through where his head had just been. He turned around to see a blob of blood sitting not far away from him, and he smiled. "Let's talk, shall we? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 820, published at 29th of March, 2022, 5:18 and 6 seconds a.m. Chapter 820. 820 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 820. Do you still think I am dead? Talk. I have nothing to say to a human. The Demon Emperor's voice suddenly resounded inside Yuan's head. That's odd. You had plenty to say before when you were fighting the Demon Sealers. After a moment of silence, the Demon Emperor asked him in a puzzled voice, "You're not scared of me? You're just a mere spirit lord. I have killed tens of thousands of cultivators like you without breaking a sweat before. Were you thinking approaching me? I may be weakened right now due to blood separation, but I still have more than enough strength to kill you even in my current state." The Demon Emperor was intrigued by Yuan's actions that did not make sense. "Like I said, I only wanted to talk. It's been a while since I last had a proper conversation with a demon like you," Yuan said, and he continued, "You know, when I first saw you in the arena, I had a feeling that I had seen you before. Now that I think about it, there was one demon back then that had the same characteristic as you. What was his name again? Demon Emperor Carnage?" The blob of blood visibly trembled after hearing its name come from Yuan's mouth. "Why you? Who are you? Why do you know my demon name?" The Demon Emperor exclaimed in a dazed voice. It has been countless years since it last heard of its own demon name. Yuan didn't answer the Demon Emperor's question and continued to speak. "There were 9 of you in the beginning, but most of the Demon Emperors perished during that big fight between the Demon Sealing Clan and the Demon Clan. Near the end of that fight, 3 of you fled from the battlefield. The Demon Sealing Clan searched for you demons for thousands of years, but their efforts were unfruitful, and even the Divine Paragon was unable to find you. However, after millions of years, you suddenly show up in the most awkward fashion. I know you're stronger than the current leader of the Demon Sealing Clan, so I can only assume that you'd allowed yourself to be restrained for some reason. You even went through the efforts of faking your own death. Why? A pretty good topic, right? Let's begin with where you demons had hid after fleeing from the fight." The Demon Emperor was left speechless by Yuan's story, and it could not comprehend where Yuan could have heard such a thing from, as such information should have disappeared with the passage of time. After all, millions of years have passed since the fight. Even if the Demon Sealing Clan had recorded the information somewhere, it would require a miracle for that record to last for so long. Where did you hear such a thing? It's clearly bullshit. The Demon Emperor decided to deny Yuan's claims. There's no point denying it, Demon Emperor Carnage. If you tell me where you hid, I will tell you how I learned such information. Yuan said. However, the Demon Emperor remained silent. Fine, if you don't want to answer this question, we could try another question, Yuan said, treating it almost like an interview of sorts. Are the other two Demon Emperors still alive? I know demons are truly immortal in the sense that they can live until the end of time if nobody tries to kill them, but nothing will last forever. Once again, the Demon Emperor remained quiet. Yuan didn't mind it and continued to ask the Demon Emperor questions. In the end, the Demon Emperor refused to answer any of his questions. Quite the uncooperative one, aren't you? Yuan chuckled casually, acting completely calm before the Demon Emperor that could attack him at any moment. Since you don't want to answer any of my questions, I will have to try and answer them by myself. After taking a deep breath, Yuan continued. After fleeing from that fight, you and the other two Demon Emperors probably fled to one of the forbidden zones since most cultivators avoid those places like it's a plague, and even peak cultivators don't dare to approach these zones due to its dangerous environment that can instantly kill even an immortal. But since you're demons, you don't have to worry about dying, making the forbidden zones the best sanctuary for demons. Visit Readle me for extra chapters. If I have to make a gamble on whether there are currently more demons in these forbidden zones or not, I would bet all of my money on the former. In fact, I would even dare to say that most of the demons that still exist can be found in these forbidden zones. If the Demon Sealing Clan, or any family with sufficient powers find out, they will surely do whatever it takes to get rid of demons once and for all. Now, let's talk about. Yuan suddenly halted his words and activated his movement technique, dodging a sudden sneak attack from the Demon Emperor. The blob of blood also started transforming, and the Demon Emperor returned to its original appearance the next moment. I don't know who you are or what you want, but I cannot allow you to live for another minute. The Demon Emperor glared at Yuan with serious killing intent in its gaze. Are you sure you want to do that? What will you do if the others notice your presence and find you? You'll definitely die this time, especially since you're in that pathetic state. Yuan asked, even if I die today, I will make sure to take your life first. The Demon Emperor used Blood Sphere to contain Yuan the next moment. It was clearly prepared to sacrifice its life to make sure that Yuan wouldn't reveal the demon's sanctuary. Seeing the blood sphere around him, Yuan smiled behind his mask and spoke in a calm voice. To tell you the truth, I already knew that you demons were hiding within the forbidden zones. I was just too lazy to do anything about it, and my supply of demon cores was filled to the brim after that battle, so I didn't chase you lots. What? The Demon Emperor's eyes widened with shock after hearing Yuan's words, as he sounded like someone it knew and feared. Yuan removed his mask a moment later, revealing his handsome face and the cold smile on it. Do you still think I am dead? Yuan suddenly asked the Demon Emperor, who was completely frozen from shock after the reveal. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 821, published at 29th of March, 2022, 5:18 and 4 seconds a.m. Chapter 821. 821 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 821. What is the meaning of this? Why you? I am possible. Demon Emperor Carnage immediately recognized Yuan's face, as it saw the same face during the war between demons and the Demon Sealing Clan, and after almost dying to him, it fled to one of the forbidden lands within the 9 heavens. It was also confident that the divine paragon had long perished, hence why it finally decided to come out of hiding. However, to think that it encountered the divine paragon once again. The Demon Emperor eventually snapped out of its daze when it realized that the divine paragon looked slightly different than before. You may look like him, but you're not the divine paragon. I must say, you nearly gave me a heart attack. It has been tens of millions of years and many eras since the divine paragon's disappearance. No humans can live for that long. Even though cultivators can technically become immortal, they are not truly immortal. Only we, demons, are truly immortal. Yuan smiled at the Demon Emperor's words and said, "You're right. I perished. However, it was my own decision to disappear, and now I have returned." That's fucking bullshit. As if I believe that. The Demon Emperor refused to believe that Yuan was really the divine paragon. Valley of Blood, Yuan suddenly muttered in a low voice. What? The Demon Emperor froze again. Corpse Mountain, Blood Monastery, Tomb of the Ancients. Yuan ignored the Demon Emperor and continued to name these weird titles one by one. How do you know these names? The Demon Emperor suddenly roared in a confused tone. After all, these names were all places within the demonic realm. No humans should know of these places since no human has ever entered that place and managed to make it back out alive, except for one exception, the divine paragon. Isn't it obvious? I learned of these places when I went inside the demonic realm. It was a surprise when I first went there. If the rest of the world knew what I saw inside, they would be shocked. I still don't believe it. For all I know, the divine paragon could have revealed information about the demonic realm to the world after he sealed it. It's unfortunate that you don't believe me. If I could use my signature demon sealing technique to prove my identity, I would do it. However, my body and its cultivation would not be able to handle such a technique. Anyways, since you revealed yourself by using such a powerful technique, the others are alerted of your presence, and it will only be a matter of time before they arrive and dispose of you. While you're most certainly strong enough to handle the Demon Sealing clan in their current state, you're in no condition to do anything right now because of blood separation. Therefore, I shall give you a proposal. You can either let the Demon Sealing clan deal with you, or you could die in my hands. Which do you prefer? I promise that it will be a swift death if you choose the latter. Or I can kill you and leave this place before they arrive. The Demon Emperor instantly jumped into action and flew towards Yuan. Without even trying to dodge, Yuan casually pointed at the Demon Emperor and muttered in a low voice, "Demon Sealing Zone." Bang! The Demon Emperor slammed into the barrier that suddenly restrained it. To tell you the truth, in my current condition, I would have no chance to defeat you before you used blood separation. So I must thank you for giving me this chance. Once I take care of you, I will find the rest of the stray demons and take care of them as well eventually. Damn you, divine paragon. Just like before, you appear out of the blue to threaten our existence. Unfortunately for you, things will be different this time. You may have defeated me today, but you will not defeat the demon clan. Soon, you will know the true power of demons when a real ancient steps foot into this pathetic world. The Demon Emperor began laughing in a crazed manner. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Yuan frowned slightly after hearing the Demon Emperor's words. He isn't normally bothered by demons' provocation, but it was different this time. An ancient, I have never tasted a demon core belonging to an ancient before, so this will be my first. That's right. You will tremble before the ancient. The Demon Emperor continued to laugh, even though it knew it was moments away from being killed by the divine paragon. However, to the Demon Emperor's absolute surprise, Yuan suddenly removed the Demon Sealing Zone. What is the meaning of this? It looked at him with a look of disbelief. Nothing much. I have always wanted to fight an ancient, so I'm going to let you go, as I would ensure I get to fight one in the future. Are you serious? You're willing to put the entire 9 heavens and every human in it at risk because of such a selfish reason? You're definitely not the divine paragon I know. Yuan showed a mysterious smile and said, "Then you don't really know me, but this is a statement that can be said for pretty much everyone." He then placed the mask back on his face, turned around, and walked out of the blood sphere, almost as though the blood wall didn't exist. Once Yuan was gone, the Demon Emperor no longer lingered and deactivated the blood sphere and used what little power it had left to run away from the scene right before the demon sealers arrived. "Where's the demon? I swear, I felt its presence coming from this location." A bunch of demon sealers, including Grand Elder Soa, showed up to the scene mere moments after the Demon Emperor's departure. As for Qian Shu, had long left the place, so he did not sense the Demon Emperor's presence. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to the Demon Sealing Grand Library, where he would remove his mask and stand before his statue, quietly staring at it for a long period of time, which puzzled the other demon sealers there that were wondering what he was doing. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 822, published at 29th of March, 2022, 9:09 and 5 seconds a.m. Chapter 822. 822 if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 822. A nasty individual because you allowed the Demon Emperor to get away. Who knows how many innocent lives would be lost now. And you did this all for what? To fight this ancient thing? Yuan muttered in a low voice as he stared at the divine paragon statue. In his eyes, the statue suddenly turned into the real divine paragon, and he spoke, "Ancients are the peak of the demon race. Above demon emperors are ancient demons, but they are not true ancients. Ancients are the first demons to have ever existed, and they all possess something all lower demons desire: complete control over their emotions. In other words, they don't have these random destructive urges that force them to go crazy, just like us humans. A demon that can control their emotions and thoughts. They are so powerful that a single one of them could probably destroy the entire 9 heavens." Yuan frowned and said, "And you purposefully allowed the Demon Emperor to get away because you want to fight one of these ancients? This is insanity and incredibly selfish. I didn't know you were such a selfish individual until now." The divine paragon smiled. "What's wrong with being selfish? Everyone is selfish in their own ways, and my selfishness is also yours. Don't forget that we are one and the same. I don't get it. You were the first person to start hunting demons, yet you allowed a dangerous demon like the Demon Emperor to get away today. What is your motive? Why did you start the Demon Sealing Clan and start hunting demons in the first place?" The divine paragon smiled at Yuan's question and said, "If you want the answers, search for them in your memories. Defeat the 4th floor of the Demon Sealing Pagoda, and you will have your answers. One more thing, the 8th leader of the Demon Sealing Clan. He's a nasty individual. He intended on letting everyone at the tournament die today. I highly recommend that you stay away from him until you're strong enough to confront him, and no matter what you do not reveal your true identity. I have a good feeling that he will do whatever it takes to remain as the leader of the Demon Sealing Clan, so anything that threatens his position will be disposed of." The divine paragon returned to being a statue the next moment. Yuan sighed. There was nothing he could do right now besides to continue his training. Now that there is a Demon Emperor and 2 more potential Demon Emperors on the loose somewhere in the 9 heavens, he wants to be prepared before encountering them. Yuan went to the training area shortly after and began training his demon sealing techniques. Now that he's completely mastered the demon sealing strike, he will be moving on to other demon sealing techniques. The following day, Yenhara showed up at the training area to look for Yuan. Once she found him training alone, she approached him with a smile on her face. "Hey!" Yuan stopped training and turned to look at her. "Senior Yen, how are you feeling?" Yuan bowed to her before asking. "Alive," she said, and she continued, "I'm sorry that you had to witness such a pathetic fight. I was completely useless in that fight. If not for the leader, I would have also died to the Demon Emperor." Yuan shook his head. "Don't feel bad, Senior. You went up against the Demon Emperor and survived. Not many people could say the same. I'm not sure if that makes me feel any better since I'm only alive because of Leader Qian, but thank you." Yenhara showed a bittersweet smile. "Anyways, I have scheduled your next examination. It will be in 5 days. If you cannot make it, I can reschedule it for you. I will make it. Yuan nodded. By the way, who became the next Supreme Demon Sealer? He then asked her. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Yanhara showed a bittersweet smile before responding. Although nobody managed to kill or seal the Demon Emperor, they decided to give it to Suorangan because his overall performance was better. Some people also say it's because of his background as Grand Elder Sua's grandson that gave him an advantage. But if he doesn't qualify to become a Supreme Demon Sealer, I also don't qualify. However, I won't let this defeat discourage me. I will definitely win the next tournament and become a Supreme Demon Sealer. Yanhara spoke with her fist held tightly. I have faith in you, Yuan said. You cheeky little thing. I should be the one saying such words to you. Anyways, I won't stay here for long since I still have some important business to attend to. Before I leave, I should warn you that things might get a little crazy for a bit, so you should watch out. What do you mean? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Yanhara looked around to make sure nobody was near them, and then she said in a low voice, because of what happened to the Demon Sealing Grotto's 3 Demon Sealers. The Demon Sealing clan is anticipating some kind of altercation with them soon, which might lead to some fights between the Demon Sealers from each party, so you should be careful. What makes the situation even worse is that only the Demon Sealers from the Demon Sealing Grotto had died during the tournament. So there are people speculating that it was a trap set up by the Demon Sealing clan to lower the Demon Sealing Grotto's power. After all, losing 3 Master Demon Sealers in one day is very damaging even to a powerful place like the Demon Sealing Grotto. If any Demon Sealers from the Demon Sealing Grotto try to provoke you, ignore them. If they try to start a fight, try your best to ignore them. We don't need any more drama now. Yuan nodded. I understand. Good. If anything happens within the Grand Library, you can contact me through my communication jade slip. If you're outside, well, good luck. Yanhara left the scene shortly after warning Yuan about potential disputes between the Demon Sealing clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto in the future. Although everything appeared to be normal now, it was only because not everybody had heard of the situation yet, which would undoubtedly change within the next few days. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 823, published at 31st of March, 2022, 7:40 and 1 second a.m. Chapter 823, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again after Yanhara left. Yuan returned to training his demon sealing techniques, increasing many mastery levels for a couple of the weaker techniques. But he could not stop thinking about the Demon Emperor and the Divine Paragon's reason for letting it escape. Even though he knew it was because the Divine Paragon wanted to fight the Ancient, he still couldn't fathom such a reasoning. Why would the Divine Paragon risk having the demons rule the 9 heavens again, just so he could have a fight with an Ancient? Just because he is a selfish person who doesn't care about the lives of others? But the Divine Paragon wouldn't have started hunting demons in the first place if that was the case. It didn't make sense to Yuan, no matter how much he pondered about it. I will have my answers once I defeat the 4th floor of the Demon Sealing Pagoda, but that is easier said than done. Yuan sighed inwardly. Even with his ridiculous talent, such a goal seemed unfathomably distant. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do for now except to practice. Yuan would increase the mastery level of multiple demon sealing techniques on that day, but they were all low-ranking techniques. He wanted to completely master all the weaker techniques before focusing on the stronger ones. At the end of the day, Yuan began making his way outside the Grand Library, but he stopped right before the exit, mostly because he was forced to stop, as there was a crowd of people that blocked the path there. What's going on? Yuan asked one of the people closest to him. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but there are people fighting at the entrance, blocking everyone. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Since he couldn't see the situation with his bare eyes, he decided to use his divine sense to look at the situation, and sure enough, he could see a large group of people blocking the path. There appear to be 2 sides in this large group. One of them belonged to the Demon Sealing clan, while the other group was from the Demon Sealing Grotto. Because of your Demon Sealing clan's leader's incompetence, 3 of our master Demon Sealers are dead. Your Grand Elder was there as well. You cannot put all the blame on us. Screw you. We all know the tournament was a malicious plot by the Demon Sealing clan to hurt our clan. Why else would they suddenly use a Demon Emperor when all previous tournaments used Demon Generals and lower-ranking demons? Once Yuan overheard these people arguing with each other, he immediately understood the context and why they were fighting. Soon, the verbal argument between these 2 groups escalated, turning into a full fight. The spectators there quickly scattered to give them room. Unfortunately, most of the lecturers in the Grand Library were absent due to the same important meeting Yanhara was attending, so there was basically nobody to stop the fighting between these 2 groups. Furthermore, the fight grew bigger because the other Demon Sealers would join in to assist their own companions. Very soon, half of the people within the Grand Library were fighting, not wanting to participate in the fight, mostly because he was the weakest cultivator in this place. Yuan went to Yin Harris' room and locked himself inside. Of course, he had the option to log off, or so he thought. Hopefully, the fighting doesn't last for too long. Yuan sighed as he took a seat in the empty room. After many minutes of pure silence, a voice suddenly resounded. Young master, visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Feng Yuxiang appeared before him a moment later with a perplexed look on her face. Feng? What's up? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzling manner when he saw her expression. Young master, I wanted to wait until you were willing to tell us by yourself, but I simply cannot endure my curiosity any longer, and I was hoping you could answer a few of my questions. Of course, you can refuse. What questions? Yuan asked. Well, there are times when you feel like an entirely different person. At first, I thought it was only my imagination, but after witnessing what happened today, it appears to me that you have a second personality in you. Feng Yuxiang expressed her worries. Oh, Yuan immediately realized what Feng Yuxiang was talking about. In fact, had completely forgotten that Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying were with him this entire time, so they saw everything when he turned into the Divine Paragon. Yuan quickly began trying to think of an excuse, but when nothing came up, he decided to tell them the truth. This is going to make me sound crazy, but it appears that I am the reincarnation of the Divine Paragon. Yuan revealed the truth to them for the first time. Feng Yuxiang's eyes widened, and she remained silent for the next few minutes, seemingly unable to find the proper words to respond to Yuan's claims. Seeing Feng Yuxiang's reaction, Yuan quickly said, Jay, just kidding. You see, it's okay, young master. I believe you. Feng Yuxiang suddenly interrupted, and she continued, I am just surprised, that's all. In case you forgot, I am a phoenix, and we symbolize immortality and resurrection, which is just another word for reincarnation. If I do not believe in reincarnation, I might as well stop being a phoenix. However, I must admit, I have never actually witnessed or experienced reincarnation for myself. Can you tell me why you believe that you are the reincarnation of the Divine Paragon? Young master? You may look exactly like him, but that's not really concrete proof. Yuan nodded, and he said, sit down. This might be a long story. Once Feng Yuxiang sat beside him, Yuan began explaining about his situation to her. It all started with this weird dream where I met someone who looked exactly like me, but he was much older. Chapter 824, published at 31st of March, 2022, 10:40 and 41 seconds a.m. Chapter 824. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. After spending many minutes explaining a situation to Feng Yuxiang, Yuan patiently waited for her response. Feng Yuxiang spoke after digesting all of the information. I understand why you think you are the reincarnation of the Divine Paragon now, but there's something I don't understand. You said there is someone besides the Divine Paragon who appears in your dreams? Yuan nodded. Yes, and he said that I had reincarnated more than once. That is possible, right? As long as one soul isn't destroyed, they should be able to reincarnate continuously. But like ID already said, I am not really experienced in this matter. Also, while there have been many people in the past that claim to have memories of their past lives, they have never been able to prove it properly. Of course, that is not to say I don't believe you, but I think we should investigate your situation further before we come to any conclusions. Feng Yuxiang said, "What do you suggest I do?" First of all, we need to make sure that the memories in your head are real. After all, there are techniques out there that can feed into or alter one's memories, so there's a chance that something like that happened to you. How can I tell if my memories are real or fake? Yuan raised his eyebrows. There are treasures out there that can help you, but it's not going to be cheap, and even if we have enough money, I doubt we'll be able to find it in this world. So we just need to go to a higher heaven, right? I've been thinking about challenging the stairway to heaven again since I'm already reaching the limits of this world. Yuan said, "When do you intend on leaving?" "I want to leave after Minli finishes her disciple examination," he said. "That quickly? You don't want to explore this world anymore?" Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows. "Well, I have a lot of questions that I want to be answered, but I won't find the answers in the spirit heaven, so there's really no reason for me to stay there any longer." "Fair enough." Feng Yuxiang didn't say anything else. However, after a moment of silence, she spoke again. "By the way, young master, if your memories turn out to be true, that you're truly the reincarnation of the divine paragon, what are you going to do?" "Nothing. I'm going to continue living my life as it is. The divine paragon's life ended with him. I have no reason to continue his legacy, nor do I want to. And even if I wanted to continue his legacy, I don't even know anything about him." "I see." After another moment of silence, Feng Yuxiang said, "Young master, once we return to spirit heaven, let's go visit the House of Riches to see if they have the treasure required for your memories." "Sure." Yuan nodded. They still have 2 weeks until Min Li's disciple examination, anyway. About 3 hours later, Yuan was finally able to log off the game. "You're late today. Dinner just ended," Shu Liuxiang said to him after he returned to the real world. "Sorry, but I wasn't able to log off due to some unexpected circumstances." "Oh, tell me about it if you want to." Yuan nodded and told her about the situation between the Demon Sealing clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto before they went to sleep. Meanwhile, somewhere in spirit heaven, Min Li was wandering the wilderness in search of magical beasts to hunt. After spending many minutes searching, Min Li finally encountered a first-level spirit warrior magical beast. However, before she could even get close to the magical beast, a powerful pressure appeared, instantly flattening the magical beast. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. The excitement on Min Li's face immediately disappeared when she saw this, and she turned around to look at the small figure following her. "How am I supposed to train if you keep killing them before I can even do anything? This is the 3rd time already. Do you hold some kind of grudge against me?" Min Li asked Xiaohua. "Brother Yuan told me to keep you safe," Xiaohua said in a calm voice. "I know he told you that, but I don't think he said anything about preventing me from training. I can handle myself. So, can you just let me train properly, please? I will let you know when I need help." After a moment of silence, Xiaohua quietly nodded her head. "Thank you." Min Li returned to looking for magical beasts shortly after. Once she found one, she turned to glare at Xiaohua to make sure she didn't forget about their agreement. Sometime later, she approached the magical beast and started fighting it, while Xiaohua watched from a distance. Seeing that she could finally have some practice, Min Li fought the magical beast to the best of her abilities, and after many minutes of going back and forth, the magical beast was slain by her. After her first kill, Min Li would spend the rest of the night hunting magical beasts, acquiring 2 monster cores that she would use for her cultivation once she went to the cultivator's haven in the near city. The following day, Yuan logged into cultivation online after breakfast. "Who's there?" The moment Yuan appeared in cultivation online, he was greeted by a sword that was only inches away from his neck. "It's me," Yuan responded in a nervous voice. "Little founder? You scared me just now. How did you come inside without making a sound?" Yanhara retrieved her sword after realizing that it was him. Well, but before Yuan could even explain, Yanhara continued. Anyways, are you okay? I hope you didn't participate in yesterday's fight. Yes, I am fine. I hid in here while everyone else fought. He nodded. What happened after the fight? He then asked. Yanhara sighed. Many demon sealers from both sides were injured, and someone from our side even died. In fact, the higher-ups have decided to close the Grand Library for all demon sealers until further notice. Chapter 825, published at 1st of April, 2022, 3:27 and 7 seconds a.m. Chapter 825. 825 if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 825. Pill of Truth. What? The Grand Library will be closed. What about the examination? Will it be cancelled as well? Yuan asked after learning about the situation. No, the examination will continue as scheduled. Although the Grand Library is closed, as official lecturers, we can still enter, and we can bring other demon sealers into the Grand Library as long as you're not alone. So I can still learn demon sealing techniques as long as I am with you? Yes. Seeing Yanhara nod, Yuan sighed in relief. However, I'll be very busy for a while, so my time in the Grand Library will be very limited. Yanhara warned him a moment later. I understand. After speaking with Yanhara, Yuan decided to leave the Grand Library and return to Spirit Heaven. But before he left, Yanhara asked him, by the way, where are you coming to the Grand Library from? Myriad of Techniques? Yuan responded in a questioning tone. I mean, where in the 9 heavens? Oh, I am currently in Spirit Heaven. What? Spirit Heaven? Yanhara's eyes widened with surprise. It was quite shocking for someone of Yuan's talent to be in Spirit Heaven. In fact, Yanhara expected Yuan to come from no lower than the 5th heaven, so one can imagine her surprise after learning the truth. If only she knew that head actually originated from the lower heavens. What about you, senior? Where are you from? Yuan broke the silence and asked her. I'm currently in the 7th heaven. She responded in a dazed voice. 7th heaven. It'll be a while before we can see each other outside of this place. Fortunately, we can see each other in this place. You don't need to reach the 7th heaven. As long as you reach the 6th heaven, I'll be able to come to you. Yanhara said, Are you sure? Want to be expensive to go to a lower world? That is only the case if I want to go below the 6th heaven. Things work differently once you enter the 6th heaven. The lower heaven and spirit heaven are relatively the same. We call these two worlds the mortal realm. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th heaven aren't that much different from each other, since their cultivators are all between Spirit King and Spirit Sovereigns, with the limit being Spirit Sovereigns. Once you reach the 6th heaven, that is where things change drastically, as there is no longer a limit to one's cultivation level, so it won't require as many resources for me to go down there. I see. Thank you for the explanation. I will let you know when I reach the 6th heaven. Yuan said to her afterward. Good luck. Yanhara nodded. Once Yuan left the Grand Library, Yanhara mumbled to herself. Even with his talents, it'll probably take him a couple hundred years before he can reach the 6th heaven. Fortunately for her, who still has tens of thousands of years of longevity, a few hundred years won't mean too much to her, and if she enters seclusion, that amount of time might pass in a flash. After leaving the Grand Library, Yuan left the myriad of techniques and started making his way towards the House of Riches. A few hours later, he was standing before the auction house once again. I think it would make things smoother if I enter with you, young master, Feng Yuxiang said before appearing beside him. Yuan nodded without saying anything since he knew that she was an expert in these situations. The two of them approached the front door shortly after. Welcome to the House of Riches. How may I assist you too? A worker asked them when they entered the building. Since the auction house wasn't open for business, there was nobody outside, but guests could still go there to sell their treasures there. We're looking for a specific treasure, and we want the auction house to help us find it. Feng Yuxiang said. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. The worker looked a little dazed after hearing Feng Yuxiang's request. After snapping out of it, he spoke. I'm sorry, but we don't offer that kind of service here. Right now, We're only buying treasures and accepting reservations for future auctions. Before the worker could even finish his sentence, a figure suddenly appeared behind him and pushed him to the side. Welcome back to our humble place, esteemed guest. Please ignore what this newcomer just said. He doesn't know what he's talking about. We'll be more than happy to assist you in finding your treasure, the person who just showed up said to them. Of course, this person recognized Feng Yuxiang from the Flood Dragon scale auction. The male worker that had been interrupted suddenly said with a baffled look on his face, "Cut the crap. You're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about. I have worked here way before you started." The female worker frowned and said, "And today will be your last day here if you continue to interrupt us. They are esteemed guests of the House of Riches, and they're friends of Senior Gu." The male worker's face immediately paled, and he turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and Yuan before lowering his head. I'm sorry. Can we just get this over with?" Feng Yuxiang said with a nonchalant expression. "Of course. Please follow me. Senior Gu is absent today, so I will take care of you too." The female worker then said, "Prepare the best tea for our guests." The female worker said to the male worker, "Right away." Feng Yuxiang and Yuan proceeded to follow the female worker to the best guest room in the building. Once they sat down, the female worker asked them, "What kind of treasure are you looking for, esteemed guests?" "We're looking for the pill of truth. Do you know of it?" Feng Yuxiang asked the worker, but she didn't need a response to know the answer, as the worker had a puzzled face after hearing the pill. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 826. Published at 1st of April, 2022, 5:18 and 6 seconds AM. Chapter 826. 826. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button and again. Chapter 826. Moonlight City indeed. The worker would shake her head the next moment and spoke, "I'm sorry, but I have never heard of the pill of truth before. You don't need to be knowledgeable about it to search for it. Honestly, I don't expect it to appear in spirit heaven, but I want to try." Feng Yuxiang said. The worker nodded. "Okay, I will let Senior Gu know as soon as she returns." "Oh, do you have a time limit?" "Yes, 2 weeks. If you cannot find it by then, you can forget about it." "I understand." Feng Yuxiang retrieved a small wooden box and placed it before the female worker. "If you can find the pill of truth, I will give this to the House of Riches to show my appreciation." "May I?" "Go ahead." The female worker picked up the box and opened it. Her eyes widened with shock when she saw what was inside. This is royal grade spirit jade? Are you sure?" "A spirit jade of this size is worth over 100 million spirit stones, only if you can find the pill of truth," Feng Yuxiang said before taking the spirit jade back. "We won't let you down," the worker said with a serious face. "Good luck," Feng Yuxiang said to her. "Young master, shall we leave now?" she asked him a moment later. "Yes." As they prepared to leave, the female worker bowed to them and said, "Once again, thank you for the FL. Ahem." Feng Yuxiang cleared her throat in a loud and unnatural manner, interrupting the worker. When she looked up, she could see Feng Yuxiang staring at her with hidden killing intent in her gaze. The female worker swallowed nervously and didn't dare to finish her sentence after seeing this. Feng, what are you doing?" Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows. "In nothing. Let's go," Feng Yuxiang quickly said. Once they left the House of Riches, Feng Yuxiang asked, "What should we do now, young master?" "I don't know, but we have plenty of time before the disciple examination." He shrugged. Feng Yuxiang pondered for a moment before speaking. "Then how about I take you to the person who can remove destiny seals? It might be a while before you can acquire techniques that allow you to destroy destiny seals, as they're quite rare." "Let's do that." Yuan nodded. "I don't actually know where this person is, but I know someone who does. Follow me." Feng Yuxiang took Yuan to the teleportation device. After traveling to a couple of different cities with the teleportation device, they arrived at Moonlight City. The Moonlight City is one of the smaller cities within Spirit Heaven, but they're one of the most popular ones due to their purpose. The Moonlight Brokers operate this entire city, and they're a group of people that sell or buy information for money or treasures. If you ever need information about something, you could just come here. Also, they exist in the other realms as well. Feng Yuxiang introduced the place to Yuan. Once they were inside the city, Yuan could see why Feng Yuxiang called this city small, as there were many stores cramped beside each other with barely any space between each other. Are all of these stores brokers? Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang as they walked the crowded street. Not all of them. Some of them are just regular businesses. Look at that store over there. Do you see that crescent symbol hanging on the door? That indicates the store is part of the Moonlight Brokers. All brokers in this city must have this symbol to operate, or they're selling information illegally and aren't as credible. I see. Why don't we go to the auction house if we can just ask the people here about the pill of truth? Yuan suddenly realized this. Although the information brokers in this place know almost everything about this world, they don't know everything, and there are resources the House of Riches have that this city may not, and vice versa. That's why it's better to visit multiple sources. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Anyways, do you see that tall building in the distance? That is Moonlight Broker's main building, as well as our destination. Many minutes later, they arrived at the front of the tall building. That's a lot of people. Yuan sighed when he saw the massive queue outside the place. At this rate, it might be hours before they can even enter the building. Don't worry, young master. I have a way for us to skip the line. Stay here for a moment. Feng Yuxiang said before she started walking towards the entrance, ignoring the entire queue. The line is back there. The guard at the entrance said to Feng Yuxiang. Feng Yuxiang didn't say anything and retrieved a piece of paper from her spatial ring before shoving it in the guard's face. The guard didn't know what he was looking at, but he recognized the crescent symbol on it. Please wait a moment. The guard went inside the building for a minute, returning with a middle-aged man. Can you show what you just showed me to him? The guard asked Feng Yuxiang. This is the moment the middle-aged man saw the papers. His eyes widened with shock. Welcome back to Moonlight City, Benefactor Feng. The middle-aged man lowered his head and bowed to her, dumbfounding the guards there, as they have never seen the middle-aged man acting in such a manner before. I'm here to buy information, said Feng Yuxiang in a calm voice. Please follow me inside. The boss will handle it. The middle-aged man said. The boss. The guards were truly shocked now. Feng Yuxiang nodded before turning to look at Yuan and gesturing for him to go to her. Is everything okay? Yuan asked. Yes, they have agreed to work with us. Feng Yuxiang said with a smile. Sometime later, the middle-aged man led the two of them to the top floor before entering a luxuriously decorated room. Please wait a moment while I call for the boss. The middle-aged man bowed to them before leaving the place. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 827. Chapter 827. Benefactor Feng. After leaving Feng Yuxiang and Yuan in the room, the middle-aged man rushed to the room that was only at the end of the hall. He banged on the door and shouted, "Boss, this is an emergency." The door flew open the next moment, and the middle-aged man rushed inside, standing before this beautiful woman with a cold expression on her face. What is it? Benefactor Feng has returned. The middle-aged man immediately said, Benefactor Feng? Who the heck is that? However, the boss didn't appear to recognize this person. The middle-aged man looked surprised for a second before snapping out of his daze and continuing, Benefactor Feng. She was the person who saved Madame Yu, your mother, when she was on the verge of death. Did you already forget? Madame Yu even told us to never forget this name even after her. The beautiful woman suddenly stood up with a look of realization on her face. Where is this person? She exclaimed. They're currently waiting in the guest room on this. Before the middle-aged man could even finish his sentence, the beautiful woman rushed outside and went to the room Feng Yuxiang and Yuan were staying in. After opening the door in an exaggerated manner, the beautiful woman turned to look at the two figures sitting inside the room, and her gaze immediately landed on Feng Yuxiang. "Are you really Benefactor Feng?" The beautiful woman asked Feng Yuxiang in a trembling voice. "HM, who are you? I was expecting you XIN." Feng Yuxiang looked at the woman with raised eyebrows. "Yuan, UXIN, my mother is no longer here. She passed 900 years ago." The woman responded in a low voice. The room turned silent for a long moment before Feng Yuxiang broke the silence and spoke. "You have my condolences. I heard a lot about you from my mother, Benefactor Feng. You saved my mother when she was attacked by a powerful magical beast, and you even helped the moonlight brokers flourish. On her deathbed, my mother told me to repay her debt to you since she was never able to." Yuan said, "You don't need to repay any debts. It has been thousands of years since I left this place, and all of Yuzin's debt has already been paid." "What? Then why did she tell me to? Don't think too much about it. Anyways, I am here today with my young master to buy some information." Feng Yuxiang gestured for Yuan to take a seat. After a moment of silence, Yuan took a seat before them and spoke. "What do you want to know? Don't worry about the payment. You have already contributed enough to the moonlight brokers with your generous donations before." Feng Yuxiang nodded and spoke. "First of all, do you have any information on the Pill of Truth? We're looking for it." "Pill of Truth? Something that precious won't exist in this world. At least I'm not aware of it." Yuan shook her head. "However, I will have my people look deeper into it, just in case." "You should have a real response by the end of the day." Feng Yuxiang nodded, and she continued. "As for my next request, I want to know where I can find Jiachong." "Jiachong, the wandering array master?" Yuan held a complicated look on her face as she spoke. "Yes." Feng Yuxiang calmly nodded. Yuan sighed. "I knew things wouldn't be easy with you, but to think you want to look for Jiachong. Do you know what happened the last time I sold information on his whereabouts? He slaughtered the people that went looking for him and destroyed nearly half of my city. Although Jiachong is, without a doubt, the best array master in spirit heaven, he's also crazy. He believes that all of his encounters should be natural, and anybody that purposefully seeks out for him is trying to mess with his flow of nature, whatever that means." Feng Yuxiang showed a confident smile on her face as she spoke. "Don't worry, I can guarantee you that he won't do anything to us." "What about my city? He said that he'd completely erase this city if we sell him again." Yuan sighed. "We won't tell him that we found him through the moonlight brokers, so he won't do anything to you guys. If he does show up, you can simply deny it." After spending many moments pondering her answer, Yuan finally came to a conclusion. "All right, we'll tell you about his whereabouts. However, the location itself is also quite dangerous. It's a place only someone insane like Jiachong would dare traverse. There's only one place in spirit heaven that could be considered quite dangerous." Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a low voice. "It's the Demon's Valley," Yuan said, confirming Feng Yuxiang's thoughts. "The Demon's Valley," Yuan exclaimed when he heard such an ominous name. "Are there demons in this place?" he quickly asked. Yuan chuckled at Yuan's question and shook her head. "Of course not. Demons no longer exist. However, the Demon's Valley has a polluted environment that can cause people to go insane if they stay in there for too long, and the magical beasts in there are much more powerful than the ones you find everywhere else in spirit heaven." "I see." Yuan then continued, "I don't know of his exact location, but I do know that he's currently in Demon's Valley. If you want to find him, you should go there as soon as possible since I don't know when he'll leave. But then again, he's been in that place for over a year already, way longer than he usually stays in one place." "Thank you for the information," Feng Yuxiang said, and she turned to look at Yuan. "What do you think, young master? Do you want to go now or later?" Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "Let's go after my examination in a few days. After that, we'll have an entire week to look for Jiachong in Demon's Valley." Chapter 828. Chapter 828. Magical Beast Store, I understand. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Yuan turned to look at Yuan and asked her, by the way, is there a myriad of techniques near the Demon's Valley? Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding her head. Yes, there's a small town about 50 miles from the Demon's Valley. They have a myriad of techniques there. Thank you. However, I must warn you, that town is weird. Most people say it's due to the Demon's Valley that's leaking its chaotic energy outside, but there are many crazy people in that place. If you go there, try not to stay there for too long. I understand. Yuan nodded. Is there anything else you want to know about, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him. I have nothing else. We can leave, he said. Why, you're leaving already? Yuan asked them. Yes, we have everything we need, but we'll return later for the pill of truth. Feng Yuxiang said, unless you have something for us? Well, I want to buy information from you, Benefactor Feng. Yuan said. Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows in a questioning manner. What kind of information? Information about my mother. I want to know about the time you spent with her. But I have to be with the young master. It's okay, Feng. Stay here and talk with her. Yuan quickly said. I'll look around the city by myself, and I still have Ying with me. You can come back after you're done here. If you say so, young master. Feng Yuxiang reluctantly nodded. Thus, Feng Yuxiang stayed behind with Yuan, while Yuan left the building by himself. Trust me, there isn't that much to talk about. I just happened to stumble on Xin when she was in trouble and decided to save her. After that, I invested some money in the moonlight brokers so that I could also benefit from them. That's all. Feng Yuxiang said. Even then, I still want to hear about it. Your time with my mother. Very well, but my time isn't cheap, especially when you're making me leave my young master's side. Yuan nodded her head with a resolute face. Feng Yuxiang sighed, and she began recalling her experience with Xin to the best of her abilities, as it has been thousands of years since it happened. Meanwhile, Yuan wandered Moonlight City aimlessly. Although it was a small city, it was incredibly active with shops left and right. After walking for a few minutes, Yuan stopped by this store that immediately caught his interest the moment he laid eyes on it, and it was one of the biggest buildings on the street. Magical Beast Store? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Ying, do you know anything about this kind of business? Yuan decided to ask her, who is a divine beast. Yes, there are people out there who make a living by capturing magical beasts to nurture and train before selling them to beast tamers. However, it wasn't that popular in the mythic realm, so it rarely happened. Lan Ying responded. Beast tamers. They are cultivators that fight with magical beasts as their companions, right? Does this make me a beast tamer? You're technically a beast tamer since you have tamed 2 divine beasts, but you're nothing like a beast tamer since you don't ask us to fight for you, and you see us as more than just servants, which is something most beast tamers don't do. I see. I haven't really come across any beast tamers since I started cultivating. Are they that rare? I'm not really sure about the beast tamers out here, since I was born inside the mystic realm. However, they're not that popular within the mystic realm, since it requires a lot of resources and effort to train a magical beast. Even if you form a contract with a magical beast, it doesn't necessarily mean that they'll listen to you. Furthermore, they still have to cultivate their own bodies, even though their servants do most of the work. If you ask me, only wealthy cultivators would become beast tamers due to the amount of resources it requires. That makes sense, Yuan mumbled. In the end, Yuan's curiosity got the best of him, so he went inside the building to take a look. This isn't what I expected. It's quite clean in here, Yuan thought to himself when he saw the interiors of the building. For some reason, he expected the place to resemble an animal store, but he couldn't see any magical beasts on display. Hello, how may I help you? A tall, middle-aged man approached Yuan shortly after he stepped inside the store. I'm just looking around, he said. I see. Are you interested in magical beasts? The man then asked. A little. Then have you ever thought about becoming a beast tamer? Beast tamers are cultivators that command magical beasts on the battlefield. No, I have never thought about becoming a beast tamer. Yuan shook his head. Perhaps you might start thinking about it after today. Follow me. I will show you the magical beast that we have in stock. Yuan knew that the middle-aged man was trying to get him to buy a magical beast, but he didn't care and followed the man, as he was truly intrigued in the types of magical beasts that were being sold. After following the man to the counter, Yuan watched as the man retrieved 4 books and placed them before him. We have 4 main categories for our magical beasts: power, agility, flight, and special. Those in the power category are magical beasts with naturally high strength, but they come with slower speed most of the time. Magical beasts in the agility category are the opposite, with lower strength but higher speed. The flight category should be self-explanatory. They're all magical beasts that can fly. As for the special category, they're mostly rare magical beasts that are hard to acquire. Which category would you like to see first? Chapter 829, published at 10th of April, 2022, 3:37 and 38 seconds p.m. Chapter 829. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 829, Nature of Magical Beasts. Chapter 829, Nature of Magical Beasts. The special category, I guess. Yuan responded after pondering for a few moments. Very well. The man pushed the other 3 books to the side before placing the special category in front of Yuan. Here you go, buddy. Take your time. Yuan opened the book and began flipping through the pages, and he could see names of magical beasts and painted pictures of them on each page. He didn't recognize any of these magical beasts, mostly because he hasn't really encountered any magical beasts since he arrived in Spirit Heaven. However, judging by their appearance and description, most of these magical beasts appear to be quite powerful. By the way, I should let you know in advance that these magical beasts are all matured. If you wish to look for immature magical beasts, you'll have to visit our action house. Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why does it matter if they're mature or not?" The man chuckled and said, "It matters a lot. Mature magical beasts are more difficult to control and train, while immature magical beasts will give you a much easier time. Also, if you properly nurture an immature magical beast until their maturity, they will be much more powerful than a magical beast that raised itself in the wild. This is why most people prefer immature magical beasts." A few minutes later, Yuan closed the book and shook his head. "Sorry, but I am not interested in these magical beasts. Don't worry, we have a lot more magical beasts in the other categories. In fact, the special category has the least choices due to their rarity. Also, just because they are rare doesn't make them more powerful. There are magical beasts in the other categories that are extremely powerful. Thank you for the offer, but I don't think my decision will change even if I look at the other categories." Yuan shook his head. "I see." The man took back the books before putting them away. "Anyways, if you ever chance your mind, you know where to find us. We have new magical beasts almost every week. If you're looking for immature magical beasts, you should give our action house a visit. It's only a couple of streets away." "Okay." Yuan nodded. He left the place shortly after and began wandering the city again. "Ying, I must ask, how do you feel about cultivators capturing magical beasts and selling them?" Yuan suddenly asked her. He was worried that she might be feeling disgusted by such a business. After all, she is technically a magical beast as well, and it would be akin to watching her own people being sold. "You don't have to worry about me. I don't feel anything about it," Lan Ying responded in a calm voice. "Even though we are all technically magical beasts, we do not see each other like humans see other humans. For humans, regardless of your background, you are still considered as humans, and you are able to feel empathy towards other humans. But that is not the case for us magical beasts, as we see other races as a different species. In fact, we do not feel intimacy even towards our own race. The most important thing to magical beasts are their connections with one another, just like my connection with you. I wouldn't feel anything if a stranger died before my eyes, but I would feel pain if I saw you hurt. That's just how all magical beasts function, and that is precisely why we don't care if cultivators capture or hunt other magical beasts. In fact, magical beasts also hunt other magical beasts for their cultivation. so we have no right to judge humans for their actions. I see. Although Yuan was relieved that Lan Yingying wasn't affected by the magical beast store, he also didn't know that to think about how magical beasts treat each other. Sometime later, Yuan stopped before a store that sold treasures. I don't really need any treasures, but the others would find them useful. However, I don't know the kind of treasures to get for them. Yuan pondered about what kind of treasures he sold get for Wang Ming and the others. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Eventually, he decided to just give them the resources to buy the treasures themselves. About 2 hours later, Feng Yuxiang returned to his side. I apologize for keeping you waiting, young master, she said to him the moment she got back. You don't need to apologize for everything, Feng. Yuan said with a smile. How was it? Was she satisfied? He then asked. I think so. She nodded. That's good. What should we do now, young master? Shall we start making our way towards the Demon's Valley? Not yet. I need to meet with my companions back at the hotel first. Then we'll make our way to the Demon's Valley. I understand. Thus, they started their journey back to the original city. That night, Yuan said to the others, I have some things to give you all. Meet me at the square tonight. It won't take long. After dinner, everybody returned to their room and logged into Cultivation Online. They all gathered at the square and waited for Yuan to arrive. I will be busy for a while, so I want to give you these before I leave. Yuan handed each of them a storage pouch. Can we open it now? Wang Ming asked. Go ahead. Yuan nodded. They all opened the storage pouch to find 10,000 spirit stones inside. 10,000 spirit stones? That's worth 100 million gold coins. Are you sure you want to give this much money to us? Lang was shocked. It's really not that much, but it should be more than enough to assist you in your cultivation until you reach Spirit Master. Also, I plan on ascending to the next realm soon. He suddenly said, What? Already? It hasn't even been that long since you came here. Wang Ming asked. I'm almost a spirit king. My cultivation will improve very slowly if I remain in this realm, hence my decision. I see. Chapter 830, published at 10th of April, 2022, 3:37 and 38 seconds p.m. Chapter 830. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 830, upcoming disciple examination. Yuan, do you need me to come with you? Chu Liuxiang asked him shortly after he handed them spirit stones. It's going to be a dangerous journey, and I don't know that to expect, so it would be for the best if I went alone. Yuan shook his head. Dangerous? How dangerous? Li Jinxi asked, her eyes filled with curiosity. It's a place called Demon's Valley, and according to the person who gave me this information, it can make people go crazy if they go there. That doesn't sound good at all, Meishio said with a worried frown on her face. I will be fine. Yuan showed her a confident smile. After talking with the others for a couple more minutes, Yuan left the square and began making his way towards the Demon's Valley. A few hours later, near sunrise, Feng Yuxiang said, Young master, this is the furthest we can go using the teleportation device. We'll have to travel by ourselves now. Will we make it before the examination begins? He asked. We should barely make it if we don't stop. Feng Yuxiang nodded. That's good enough. They began flying towards their destination after leaving the city. During their journey, Yuan would spend most of his time staring at the scenery that was mostly filled with mountains and vast empty lands. At times, he would fly over small villages that only had a dozen houses at most. Eventually, he realized something. Feng, is it just me or is there a lack of water in this world? Yuan asked her, a lack of water? Feng Yuxiang started laughing after hearing his words. Young master, the cultivation world is mostly made up of water. While it may seem like there's a lot of land, the truth is that compared to water, the 9 heavens is only 30% land. The spirit heaven is mostly land, but once you reach the upper heavens, most cities are separated by many seas, and it would require days, if not weeks of traveling just to reach the next city if you do not have a good flying treasure. Speaking of flying treasures, where do I buy them? I don't personally need them, but I'm thinking about giving them to my friends so that they can travel around more conveniently. Flying treasures are quite rare even in this world, and even if you find one, they're not that fast. You'll have to travel to the upper heavens if you want a good flying treasure, but if you still want some, I know of a place in this world that sells them. However, Yu's schedule is a little tight right now. Yuan then said, "It can wait until I finish my current appointments." A few hours later, Yuan descended and said, "Let's take a break. I will be back in 2 to 3 hours." Okay, Feng Yuxiang entered his body to rest, and Yuan logged off shortly after to have breakfast with the others. Guys, have you heard about the upcoming disciple examination? Apparently, some big sects are hosting this disciple examination about a week from now, and there are tens of thousands of players that will be participating. Wang Ming suddenly brought up the 7 Spirit Academy's disciple examination. "Are you going to participate?" Lang asked him. "I am thinking about it, but since Yuan will be ascending soon, that means we'll get to ascend as well, right? What's the point of joining a sect when I can join a much better sect in the next realm?" Wang Ming said. Wang Bingbing raised her eyebrows and said, "Have you already forgotten about what happened recently? There are tens of thousands of players currently stuck in spirit heaven because they rush to ascend without having sufficient strength, so they're forced to rely on stronger players to even leave the city. The next realm will surely be much harder than spirit heaven, and I doubt anyone but Yuan would be able to survive such a place." Now that you mention it, Wang Ming began reconsidering his decision. "What do you think, Yuan? Should we join one of these sects?" Hong Xiuquan suddenly asked him. "Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters." Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding his head. "Honestly, I think it would benefit all of you if you joined sect. Wang Bingbing is right. Even if I ascend to the next realm, I don't think you should follow me, especially since we don't know what's up there. Furthermore, the sects in question are top sects in spirit heaven, and there are 7 of them. I'm sure there's a lot of new things you can learn from them." The others exchanged glances with each other. "So who's going to participate?" Wang Ming asked them. "I'll do it." Lang said, "We cannot rely on Yuan for everything. I'm going to join a sect and improve myself from there." Wu Zhao nodded and said, "I will also participate. I don't have anything else to do anyway." One by one, the demon sealing faction decided to join a sect. "What about you, Li Jinxi?" They turned to look at her. "I'm fine by myself." She calmly responded, "Really? How do you even train yourself nowadays?" Shi Murong asked her. "I hunt monsters." She quickly replied, "That's it?" Li Jinxi nodded. As expected from the tyrannical gorilla, she probably enjoys hunting monsters all day. Wang Ming mumbled in a low voice, "I heard you." Li Jinxi narrowed her eyes at him, causing him to tremble. "It's just a joke. Anyways, I do not intend on joining any section since I'm satisfied with my current routine, and I get a lot of monster cores from it as well," she said a moment later. "If that's what you want to do, we won't try to convince you." Lang said, "The 2 of you will probably follow Yuan when he ascends, right?" Wang Bingbing suddenly turned to look at Mei Xiu and Chu Liuxiang. "Of course." Chu Liuxiang immediately responded. Mei Xiu also agreed by nodding her head. Chapter 831, published at 10th of April, 2022, 3:37 and 39 seconds p.m. Chapter 831. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 831. Have you seen my son? After talking with the others for a couple more minutes, everyone returned to their own schedule, which consisted of mostly morning practice, so everyone except Yuan went to the training field. As for Yuan, he returned to, so that he could continue making his journey to the Demon's Valley. Many hours later, Yuan could suddenly sense a chilly sensation on his skin, causing him to tremble slightly. However, it wasn't because of the weather, and a cultivator of his level wouldn't be affected by normal cold weather. "What is this feeling? It's unpleasant." Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang, who didn't seem affected at all. "It must be the Demon's Valley miasma," she said. "You don't feel it?" Yuan asked her with a raised eyebrow. "No, it appears that the miasma doesn't affect divine beasts. However, this is truly unexpected. I didn't expect for the miasma to reach all the way here since we're still a few hours away from the town. It wasn't this bad the last time I was here. You came to the Demon's Valley before? Somewhat. I flew over it, but I never went inside, and that was thousands of years ago. I see. How was the place when you flew over it? It was desolate and had this grim atmosphere. That's all I can remember. Why is the place like this? Yuan continued to ask. Who knows? According to my knowledge, demons used to roam that land very frequently and even made it into some sort of stronghold, hence its name. However, after the demon clan was defeated by humans, they all seemingly disappeared, leaving behind this miasma that makes people crazy if they stay demons, huh? Honestly, I wanted to visit the Demon's Valley not entirely because of Jiachong. I was intrigued by this place's name, so I wanted to see what it was like for myself. Yuan suddenly said, Do you think it's because of your memories as the divine paragon that made you interested in Demon's Valley? Feng Yuxiang then asked, Who knows, but it feels like I am always encountering demons, almost like we're fated to cross paths everywhere I go. Yuan sighed. A few hours later, Feng Yuxiang said, We're almost there, young master. Are you okay with the miasma? Do you feel unwell? Yuan shook his head. I am fine. The miasma is unpleasant and makes my skin crawl, but I don't feel any differently than normal. That's good to hear. But since we're going to the town first, I should talk a little about it. First of all, the town is a nameless place. It probably had a name before, but it was forgotten with time. I personally have never been to the town before, but I asked the Moonlight brokers about it before I left, and Yuan told me that it's a town filled with crazy people, warning me that we shouldn't interact with them. According to her, many people go missing in that place, and its residents act like they're possessed by something. Due to its bad reputation, it rarely receives any guests. The only people that go to that place are cultivators who are interested in the Demon's Valley. There are rumors of hidden treasures within the Demon's Valley, so it's a hot spot for treasure hunters. Sounds like a complicated place. About an hour later, they arrived at the nameless town. The miasma inside this town is way stronger than anything I've felt outside. Yuan muttered in a low voice as he entered the town that didn't even have any guards. At first glance, the place looked very empty, almost as though it was a ghost town. However, he quickly realized that was not the case. Young master, they're watching us from their houses. Feng Yuxiang suddenly said to him. He nodded. Yes, I can see them with my divine sense. There is definitely something off about them. After walking around the town for about half an hour without seeing a single individual, Yuan sighed. How are we supposed to find the myriad of techniques if there's nobody to guide us there? Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. This is a relatively small town, so we'll probably find it just by walking around. Feng Yuxiang said. After a few more minutes of wandering, Yuan finally found someone in the street. A very skinny old woman standing in the street with a dazed look on her pale face. Yuan swallowed nervously when he saw this old woman that looked almost like a skeleton. Although he has never watched any horror movies before, Yuro used to tell him scary stories on special occasions, and in all of her stories, there would always be a creepy-looking old woman. Yuan's instincts told him to not approach this old woman, but he wanted to find the myriad of techniques as soon as possible or he would be late for the examination. Calm down. There's nothing this old woman can do to harm you. Yuan told this to himself as he approached the old woman at a slow but steady pace. HLO, do you know where I can find a myriad of techniques? Yuan asked in a nervous but clear voice. However, the old woman acted as though she didn't even hear him, and she continued to stare at the space in front of her with a blank expression. Figuring that she didn't hear him, Yuan decided to ask her again in a louder voice. Do you know where I can find the myriad of techniques? This time, the old woman turned to look at him with stiff movement. Have you seen my son? She asked him in a hoarse voice. Yuan was taken aback by the old woman's response. No, I haven't, he eventually responded. The old woman then continued. Do you know where my son is? He should have returned to me by now. Sorry, but I don't know where your son is. Yuan shook his head. After a moment of silence, the old woman suddenly started screaming. You You took my son, didn't you? Give my son back. It was at this moment the old woman revealed her hands that had been hiding underneath her clothes, and it was clutching onto a kitchen knife. Die. The old woman brandished the kitchen knife at Yuan without any hesitation. Chapter 832. Published at 10th of April, 2022, 3:37 and 39 seconds p.m. Chapter 832. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 832. Nameless Town. Yuan's eyes widened when he saw the old woman brandishing her kitchen knife at him out of the blue. However, before he could even react, Feng Yuxiang, who had been prepared to act at a moment's notice, waved her hand and released a blast of spiritual energy at the aggressor, sending the old woman flying to the next street. Yuan stared at the old woman that had fallen a street away with a baffled look on his face, and he turned to look at Feng Yuxiang. Feng, did you really have to do that? That woman wasn't a cultivator, so there was no way that kitchen knife could have hurt me. Mortal or not, she dared to attack young master, so she will be punished. Feng Yuxiang said with a firm look on her face. I hope you didn't kill her. Yuan sighed. However, when he turned back to look at the street, he could not see the old woman anywhere. Huh? Where did she go? Yuan looked around, but he couldn't see even a shadow. She probably got scared and ran away. I didn't even use that much strength just now, so she should be fine, Feng Yuxiang said. Since there's nobody we can ask for help, I guess we can only continue to look for the myriad of techniques by ourselves. Eventually, Yuan gave up on walking on foot and started flying around the town. After about 15 minutes of circling around the desolate town, they finally found the myriad of techniques, which was hidden in a narrow space between two ordinary-looking buildings. If it were not for the fact that had seen the same entrance multiple times by now, Yuan would have definitely missed it. Upon entering the myriad of techniques, they were greeted by the usual scenery that was filled with warmth and light, the polar opposite of the nameless town. The tingly sensation on his skin immediately disappeared the moment Yuan entered the myriad of techniques, allowing him to finally breathe normally. Sometime later, he made his way to the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library. After coming out of the portal in the Grand Library, Yuan approached the building in the distance, but it was completely empty there due to the drama between the Demon Sealing Clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto. You're the little founder. What are you doing here? Didn't you hear? The Grand Library is closed until further notice. The man that gave Yuan the badge when he first arrived was still there to guard the entrance, even though it was closed. I'm here to take my demon sealing examination with Senior Yin. He explained the situation to him. Give me a moment to confirm this. The man retrieved a communication jade slip and contacted Yenhara, who was somewhere within the Grand Library. Are you expecting the little founder? He asked her. Yes, please let him inside. Yenhara quickly responded. The man turned to look at Yuan and silently nodded. Thank you. Yuan bowed to the man before making his way inside the Grand Library. Once inside, he walked straight to the area with the Divine Paragon statue. When he arrived, he could see 5 people standing in front of the statue. Yuan immediately recognized 3 of these people. They were Yenhara, Tang Zheng, and surprisingly, Wan Yu. As for the last 2 individuals, they were a beautiful young lady and a handsome young man that Yuan did not recognize at all. The young lady was wearing the Demon Sealing Clan's uniform, while the young man wore the Demon Sealing Grotto's uniform. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. You're late, little founder. Yenhara said to him in a relaxed tone when she noticed his presence. Sorry, but something came up and I had to travel to another location. Yuan said with an apologetic smile. So that's the rumored little founder, huh? I must say, he really resembles the Divine Paragon, but his cultivation is too weak. Are you sure he should be participating in the examination? The handsome young man showed a provocative smile after seeing Yuan. The young lady merely glared at Yuan with a deep gaze, her thoughts unknown. Yuan glanced at the handsome young man before ignoring him. He looked around the place, showing a puzzled expression on his face when he couldn't see any artificial demons in the area. Are you looking for the artificial demons? Tang Zhang read his thoughts and asked with a smile. Yuan nodded. Ha ha ha. Don't tell me that you're participating in this examination without even knowing anything about it. I have never met anyone like you before. The young man started laughing when he realized the situation. Calm down, Wan Kaiki. Wan Yu narrowed his eyes on the handsome young man. Sorry, Uncle Wan, but this guy is too much for me. The young man, who turned out to be Wan Ye's nephew, spoke as he wiped his tears. It's my fault. I forgot to explain the examination to you. Yanhara suddenly realized this fact and apologized to him. It's fine. The details don't really matter to me. I intend on passing the examination no matter what, after all. Yuan said with a confident smile on his face. Well spoken. Wan Yu smiled, and he continued. When I heard that you wanted to become an elite demon sealer, I immediately volunteered to become a judge. I missed it when you became an advanced demon sealer, but I won't miss this one. Anyways, now that everyone is here, let's go to the area where the examination will take place. Tang Zheng said, and he suddenly began creating array symbols the next moment. A few moments later, Tang Zheng combined the array symbols into a single powerful array before infusing the array with the divine paragon statue beside him. A few moments later, a red portal appeared before them, and Tang Zheng entered it without hesitation. The others followed with Yuan entering last. After exiting from the portal, Yuan was greeted by the scenery of a mountain valley, but there was something ominous about it, and a sensation he felt from the nameless town could suddenly be felt again, but it was much more intensive this time. Chapter 833, published at 10th of April, 2022, 3:37 and 39 seconds p.m. Chapter 833. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 833. Elite Demon Sealer's Examination. This feeling. It's almost as though I have returned to the nameless town with that crazy old lady. Yuan thought to himself as he stared at the mountain valley. In order to pass the examination and become an elite demon sealer, you must traverse this demon's valley and reach the end within 3 days. Yanhara said to them sometime later. Demon's Valley? Yuan immediately raised his eyebrows upon hearing this familiar name, wondering if this is some kind of freaky coincidence or fate. Yes, this place used to be inhabited by mostly low-ranking demons in the lower heavens. Of course, this isn't the real location. It's just a recreation of the place. Yanhara said, and she continued, the real Demon's Valley is much larger than this place, since this is just a portion of the real thing. It's about 100 miles from here to the end, but you're not allowed to fly during the examination, and you'll encounter demons on your way there. Tang Zheng then spoke. You can ignore the demons and finish the examination without sealing a single demon, but you acquire points for sealing demons. Bonus points if you can kill them. At the end, depending on your points, you'll be able to receive a demon sealing treasure from the treasury. One you spoke next. Demon sealing treasures are very rare, so I recommend that you try to acquire as many points as you can during this examination. Yanhara approached Yuan and handed him a necklace. Wear this so we know your location at all times. The demons may not be real, but they can still inflict real injuries, so you should treat them as though you're fighting a real demon. Yuan accepted the necklace and wore it around his neck. He then watched as Yanhara handed Wu Kaiki and the young lady the same necklace. They're also participating in this examination. Yuan thought they were there as judges at first, but that didn't seem to be the case. Now on to the rules for the examination. Yanhara spoke, and she continued. As ID already mentioned, you are not allowed to fly in the examination. You are allowed to use any treasures during the examination, but demon sealing treasures are forbidden. You have 72 hours to traverse the Demon's Valley and reach the end. You will know it's the end when you see the divine paragon statue. If you're lost, you can look at the sky and follow that red star. Yuan followed Yanhara's finger that was pointed at the sky, and sure enough, There was a bright crimson star flickering in the yellow sky. You may forfeit the examination at any time by destroying the crystal on your necklace. But if you fail the examination, you will not be able to partake in it for another 10 years. 10 years, Yuan cried inwardly. Although 10 years may seem like nothing for these powerful cultivators that have lived for hundreds, if not thousands of years, it was a significant amount of time for Yuan, who has only lived for 18 years. I cannot fail this examination no matter what, Yuan told himself as Yanhara continued to speak. As mentioned already, you're not required to fight any demons you encounter during the examination, but you will receive points for doing so. You will receive 1 point for sealing any lower demons, 5 points for sealing elite demons, 10 points for superior demons, which will be the highest ranking demon available during the examination, and if you manage to kill the demon, you will receive double points. At the end of the examination, you may use your points to trade for demon sealing treasures. And before you ask, yes, you're allowed to trade for multiple demon sealing treasures as long as you have enough points, so good luck with that. Do you have any questions before we start this examination? Yuan raised his hands and asked, how do we know how much time we have left? We will let you know through the necklace every 24 hours for the first 2 days. On the final day, we will remind you every 4 hours, and during the last 4 hours, we will remind you every hour. Tang Zheng responded. Visit Me for extra chapters. I understand. Yuan nodded. Do you two have any questions? Wan Yu asked the other 2 participants. They shook their heads. Then we will begin the examination now. We will begin the timer once you enter the Demon's Valley. Good luck, Yanhara said to them before the judges flew away, disappearing from their sights. Once they were alone, Wan Kaiki turned to look at the young lady and said, Daoist Wan, let's have a friendly competition to see who receives the most points during the examination. If you win, I will give you all of my points, but if I win, you will go on a date with me. The young lady, surnamed Huan, turned to look at Wu Kaiki and spoke in a nonchalant voice, I don't like your smile. And without explaining any further, she turned around and disappeared into the Demon's Valley. Wan Kaiki turned to look at Yuan, who had been staring at them, and scoffed. What are you looking at? A spirit lord like you want survive even a day inside the Demon's Valley. Do you want to gamble on that claim? If you win, I will give you all of my points, but if I win, you'll give me your points. Yuan suddenly responded in a way that Wan Kaiki didn't expect. Wan Kaiki coldly snorted after snapping out of his daze. That's not fair at all. You can simply go into hiding for an entire day. Yuan then said, okay, let's use your rules instead. Whoever acquires the most points during the examination will take the loser's points. That's more like it. A confident smile appeared on Wan Kaiki's face. So you agree? Yuan asked for confirmation. Yes. Wan Kaiki nodded. Good. Then may the best one win. Yuan clasped his hands and bowed to Wan Kaiki before entering the Demon's Valley. Arrogant brat, you won't be acting so smug in 3 days. Wan Kaiki also entered the Demon's Valley shortly after. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.